Chapter 2662. Time passed day by day. It had been nearly 3 days since the second lightning tribulation of the immortal bone tribulation. The golden tribulation cloud was still brewing, but old ancestor Qi Yao's expression became more and more serious. No matter how stupid the various peak masters, elders, and disciples of the Xianjian sect were, they could all see through Ning Qi's immortal bone. Tribulation was a little special. Ning Beishuan's immortal bone tribulation seems to be different from ordinary heaven immortals. The third immortal bone tribulation has been brewing for 3 days. I'm afraid its power is not to be underestimated. I wonder if I can kill him with one strike? Zhao Tong looked at the golden tribulation clouds with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. In these 3 days, immortals from other sects arrived one after another. They obtained permission to come to the vicinity of the lightning tribulation peak to watch Ning Qi's tribulation. Most of these immortals were between earth immortals and golden immortals. As for Grand Luo, none of them were present. After all, this was only the immortal bone tribulation. How could a Grand Luo watch a heavenly immortal's tribulation? However, when those who had come to watch the show found out that it was Ning Qi who was undergoing the retribution, they quickly spread the news. The Grand Luo of the various sects would definitely rush over once they received the news. Because the one going through the tribulation was Ning Beishian, Ning Qi. Is that Ling Yuan from the Wind and Cloud sect? Why is he here? Don't you know? The 2 human immortals beside him had a close relationship with senior brother Ning. Before the appearance of the tomb of the god of sin, senior brother Ning had stayed in the bluestone town of the Gathering Cave State for nearly 100 years. At first, the 2 were just beggars by the roadside and were adopted by senior brother Ning. Later, by chance, they joined the Cold Abyss sect. Your Majesty, Jiu Jian said calmly. The last time the divine tomb opened, there were not many people in the Xianjian sect who could go to the Gathering Cave State, so many people did not know about this matter. Now that they found out from 9 swords, their eyes revealed shock. The 2 children that Ning Qi adopted became Ling Yuan's disciples? Ning Qi and Ling Yuan, how should the relationship between them be handled? Many sweeping disciples and outer sect disciples looked enviously at Bei Xiao and Bei Meng, who were standing beside Ling Yuan. In their opinion, the providence of these 2 was too terrifying. Not only did they have such a close relationship with Ning Qi, but they had also become disciples of a golden immortal. Compared to these 2, their providence was they were much inferior. Wind Cloud sects Ling Yuan greets old ancestor Qi Yao. Ling Yuan cupped his hands and bowed to Qi Yao. Bei Xiao Beimeng greets old ancestor Qi Yao. Bei Xiao and Bei Meng bowed as well. Countless eyes fell on the 2 of them. Many golden immortals from other sects looked at Bei Xiao and Bei Meng with a hint of solemnity. They knew a lot about what had happened in Bluestone Town. Although their cultivation was not high and they were only Ling Yuan's disciples, their true backer was Ning Qi, an existence that could kill Jiang Wei and slay a Grand Luo with his sword. No need for formalities. Qi Yao smiled and nodded at Bei Xiao and Bei Meng in a friendly manner. Obviously, he knew the relationship between the 2 and Ning Qi. That's Master. Bei Meng looked towards the peak of the lightning tribulation pinnacle and immediately saw the familiar figure. She looked a little excited. Recently, there had been a rumor that Ning Qi had died in the divine tomb in the ancestral star, but the 2 of them did not believe it. Now that they finally saw Ning Qi, they felt relieved. Your master is about to undergo his immortal bone tribulation to become a gold immortal. Ling Yuan looked at Ning Qi and said with a rather complicated expression. At that moment, Yingzhen Xuan and Li Xian suddenly came before the 2 of them and looked at them carefully at the same time. Bei Xiao and Bei Meng were a little confused by the 2's actions. Aunt Xuan, Aunt Li Xian, why are you looking at me and Big Brother like that? Bei Meng finally could not help but ask. It's them? Yingzhen Xuan looked at Li Xian. Li Xian shook her head slightly. I can't tell. What are you two talking about? Qi Yao could not help but ask. Ling Yuan also looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, waving their hands to show that they were not talking about anything. Bei Meng would never believe them. Just as she was about to ask further, another loud rumble came from the sky. A bolt of lightning that was at least twice as thick as the one before landed on the lightning tribulation pinnacle with a loud boom. Ning Qi's body was instantly enveloped by the lightning. Golden light overflowed in all directions, and the lightning tribulation pinnacle that was thousands of feet tall was forcefully struck down by this bolt of lightning. The original peak of the lightning tribulation pinnacle had already disappeared, and a huge crater was formed. Ning Qi stood in the middle of the crater and circulated his qi crazily. He revolved the confining dragon-elephant art. As this thunder tribulation fell, he opened the first of the 9 inner hidden gates. The terrifying power of the lightning bolts swept through Ning Qi's body continuously, and the faint golden color on his bones became a little thicker. The power of this lightning bolt was much stronger than the second one. If Ning Qi had not opened the first of the 9 inner hidden gates, he might not have been able to withstand this strike. Still lacking a little, Ning Qi's eyes flashed with disappointment. The third immortal bone tribulation still couldn't help him reach the 13th heaven of the 9 inner hidden gate. At the foot of the lightning tribulation pinnacle, everyone looked at each other. Because the lightning tribulation pinnacle had become a concave shape, and Ning Qi was in the middle, and the surrounding was blocked by the crumbling mountain walls, they couldn't see the situation on the top clearly, and they didn't know if Ning Qi was still alive. At this moment, the golden tribulation cloud still hadn't dispersed. No one dared to break through the air to check the situation, and they didn't even dare to use their divine telekinesis, as they were afraid that they would be targeted by the immortal bone tribulation. Master will be fine, right? Bei Meng was a little worried. Bei Xiao was more confident in Ning Qi, and she comforted, Master is so strong. It's just a lightning tribulation, he will be fine. The immortal bone tribulation hasn't dispersed yet, at least it means that Bei Xian isn't dead. Li Xian said. Qi Yao nodded. If the person undergoing the tribulation dies, the immortal bone tribulation will also disperse. At that moment, spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the mountain walls surrounding the thunder tribulation summit. Then, the cracks spread in all directions. With a loud bang, the mountain wall collapsed. After the dust gradually dispersed, the crowd could clearly see that Ning Qi was still standing straight. From the outside, it seemed as if he was standing on the summit. From the outside, it seemed like he didn't suffer much damage. He's still not dead? Zhao Tong looked at this scene with some disappointment. The others also expressed their shock, as if they felt that Ning Qi's tribulation was very easy, and he didn't look as miserable as they had imagined. Nangong and Murong's expressions were rather strange, as they recalled how miserable they looked when they underwent their tribulations. Compared to Ning Qi, it was like the difference between a beggar and a prince. Only old ancestor Qi Yao was incomparably shocked. He couldn't tell how strong the aura of the third lightning tribulation was for the time being. That was because the strongest lightning tribulation that he had undergone back then was only equivalent to Ning Qi's second lightning tribulation. Chapter 2663. The fourth lightning tribulation took far longer than the third. Another 6 days passed. This time, the masters of the various sects received the news that Ning Qi was still alive and was undergoing the immortal bone tribulation in the Mystic Sword sect, so they all rushed to the Mystic Sword sect. Patriarch sure he is here. Isn't that the sect master of the Wind and Cloud sect? It should be. I was fortunate enough to meet him many years ago. I can't be wrong. One grand luo after another streaked through the air and arrived. It did not take long before the chieftains of the first-rate sects of Sanctuary Continent were all present, including many of the chieftains of second-rate sections. When even the imperial capital of Sanctuary Continent arrived, Many immortals finally understood how important Ning Qi's position in the hearts of the Grand Luo had become. I didn't expect Ning Beixian to survive the divine tomb. If that's the case, is Xianjian still alive as well? The eyes of the wind and cloud sex patriarch flickered as he stared at the lightning tribulation peak in deep thought. Brother Qi, how many immortal bone tribulations has Ning Qi overcome? Why isn't the lightning tribulation descending yet? Patriarch sure, he asked curiously. Qi Yao did not hide anything and explained the situation. He wanted to know how these Grand Luo judged the immortal bone tribulation. When the Grand Luo learned that Ning Qi's immortal bone tribulation would only descend once every few days, they were in disbelief. It had been a long time since they became golden immortals, but they still remembered how they survived the immortal bone tribulation, because that was how they became immortals. After that, the first type of lightning tribulation was also the most important. The more immortal bone tribulations there were, the higher one's talent was, and the stronger one's comprehension would be after overcoming it, which directly affected one's future. However, those with too high a talent did not have it easy either, because the difficulty of their tribulation was much higher than those with lower talent. A moment of carelessness would cause them to disintegrate, and even if they managed to survive, there was a chance that their meridians would be completely destroyed by the lightning tribulation. I didn't expect Ning Qi's immortal bone tribulation to be so strange. Patriarch Shi He's expression was rather grim. The Yingzhou Emperor looked at Ning Qi's figure and said, "How many days has it been since the third immortal bone tribulation?" 6 days. Qi Yao sighed. It's been 6 days, but the fourth immortal bone tribulation has yet to descend. 6 days? The Grand Luo's expressions were rather odd. The tribulation clouds had been brewing for 6 days, so how terrifying would it be when the fourth bolt of lightning struck? Rumble, the sound of the tribulation clouds grew louder and louder. Everyone's eyes turned cold. Looking at the situation, the fourth lightning tribulation should be descending soon. That was when several figures abruptly appeared in the field. The Grand Luo hurriedly bowed when they saw them. "Greetings, Jade Clear Patriarch." Old Ancestor Yu Qing waved his hand indifferently and his gaze fell on Ning Qi. After a moment he sneered, "Heaven's jealousy." Heaven is jealous? Qi Yao and the rest looked at Old Ancestor Yu Qing in confusion. "Master, what is heaven's jealousy? Could it be that there's something strange about Junior Brother's lightning tribulation?" Kong Wen asked hurriedly. Ancestor Yu Qing shook his head and stopped talking. Everyone could draw a conclusion from his solemn expression. Even Ancestor Yu Qing felt that there was something wrong with Ning Qi's thunder tribulation. Otherwise, he would not be so solemn. Although they really wanted to get to the bottom of it and ask what heaven's jealousy meant, no one dared to speak when they saw Old Ancestor Yu Qing's appearance. Boom! Golden light shone within the tribulation clouds again. The fourth lightning tribulation had been brewing for more than 6 days before it descended again and directly struck Ning Qi. In that instant, Ning Qi's mind moved slightly. The second gate of the 9 inner hidden gates opened. The terrifying power of the lightning tribulation turned into streaks of golden light that circulated around Ning Qi's body as if it had a grudge against him, constantly destroying his vitality. However, the speed at which the lightning tribulation destroyed was not as fast as Ning Qi's recovery speed. "That hurts," Ning Qi grinned with a hint of mockery. At the same time, the imprisonment dragon-elephant technique within his body was operating wildly, absorbing the power of the lightning tribulation. The golden hue on his bones thickened even more. The entire Thunder Tribulation summit had sunk by at least 800 feet after being struck by the lightning tribulation. From Ning Qi's point of view, the heavenly axiom was intent on killing him, which was why the power of his immortal bone tribulation had increased so much. However, the heavenly axiom seemed to be restricted by some sort of rule and could not turn against it openly. That was why Ning Qi could withstand the fourth immortal bone tribulation without using his full strength. It was still easy. However, if I didn't have the 9 inner hidden gates, this immortal bone tribulation would have been enough to make me suffer. Ning Qi said in his heart. When the dust dispersed, everyone saw Ning Qi still standing on the summit of the Thunder Tribulation summit like a mountain. Some were relieved, some were happy, and some were disappointed. Senior brother Ning has passed the 4th immortal bone tribulation. The tribulation clouds have yet to disperse. I wonder how long the 5th immortal bone tribulation will take. Senior brother Bai, why don't you make a bet on how many immortal bone tribulations senior brother Ning will encounter and how many immortal bone tribulations he can withstand? The gambler named by Shijiang's face suddenly changed. He looked at old ancestor Yu Qing awkwardly, and then he scolded the guy who spoke without thinking. If you want to die, go ahead. Don't get me into trouble. There are so many old ancestors here, and you want to start a bet? Where's your brain? After a pause, he continued, even if I want to make a bet, I'm betting that senior brother Ning can pass all the immortal bone tribulations. You can only choose another result. Are you betting or not? Forget it. He's already passed the 4th immortal bone tribulation. This kid is so much stronger than I was back then. Qi Yao looked at Ning Qi with lingering fear and embarrassment in his eyes. He could not help but compare himself to Ning Qi back then, only to realize that there was no need to compare at all. It was a gap that could not be caught up even with a horse. It's the 4th. The Grand Luo present looked at each other with unnatural expressions. When they were young, the most Grand Luo had only passed 6 immortal bone tribulations, and the few who passed 4 immortal bone tribulations like Ning Qi. This was enough to prove that Ning Qi's aptitude was no weaker than many Grand Luo present. Ancestor Yu Qing glanced at the golden tribulation clouds and curled his lips slightly. At the same time, he looked at Ning Qi with a hint of relief in his eyes. The 5th immortal bone tribulation had been in a state of preparation. Ning Qi took advantage of this gap to continuously absorb the power of the thunder tribulation within his body. The damage caused to his body by the power of the thunder tribulation had long been repaired. Not only did Ning Qi's cultivation base not suffer from the 4th immortal bone tribulation, but his condition was even better than when he was at his peak. His condition was even better than when he was at his peak. Chapter 2664. Perhaps it was because the tribulation clouds had existed for too long that the news had enough time to spread. Even the immortals from other prefectures had arrived at the Xianjian sect out of curiosity. Before the 5th immortal bone tribulation descended, the news of Ning Qi's reappearance on Ancestral Star had already spread like wildfire. Ning Qi intentionally or unintentionally offended some people on Ancestral Star. The originally happy mood of some people who had been offended was shrouded in a layer of shadow because of this news. Ning Qi did not have many enemies on Ancestral Star. Even if there were, he had basically killed them all. But who didn't have a few friends and family? In addition to the friends and family of friends, there were too many immortals who secretly hated Ning Qi on Ancestral Star. The other prefectures were better. At least in Yingzhou, Ning Qi still had a lot of potential enemies. After all, he had killed more than 300 heaven immortals before the major sects stopped and no longer dared to covet the mountain and river purple golden hammer. Which of these heaven immortals did not have tens of thousands of disciples? Added together, it was a very large number. After these people received the news, they all rushed to the Xianjian sect. They wanted to see how Ning Qi would be killed by the immortal bone tribulation. Other than the immortals from famous sects who could enter the Xianjian sect, the rest of the immortals were not qualified to enter. They could only look at the lightning tribulation peak from afar. Fortunately, the immortals did not use their divine will. Their eyesight was also very good, and they could clearly see Ning Qi's every move. I heard that Ning Beixian has already passed the 4th lightning tribulation. I wonder if he will be killed by the 5th. I hope so. My ancestor died in his hands. If he is killed by the lightning tribulation, then the heavens will accept him. My ancestor can rest in peace. Your ancestor died in his hands? My master and 3 uncle masters were all killed by him. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Brother, the grudge between you and Ning Beixian runs so deep? I wonder which sect you come from? 4 heaven immortals died in Ning Beixuan's hands. Oh, my master is just an earth immortal, and so are my 3 uncle masters. Earth immortal. The expressions of the immortals nearby turned strange. The immortal who asked the question earlier also looked awkward. As far as I know, Ning Beixian didn't kill that many Earth immortals back then. Even though he's murderous, he didn't attack Earth immortals. More importantly, which Earth immortal dared to oppose Ning Qi? At that time, Ning Beixian was fighting with a few heaven immortals. My master and martial uncle were just passing by and were killed by the shockwaves of their battle. The other party was filled with righteous indignation. Oh, I just happened to pass by. Everyone nodded, but their eyes were filled with disbelief. Who would be foolish enough to walk past such a scene? They probably went for wool and came home shorn. On the side of the Xianjian sect, Anyang, Hao Shuai and the other prodigies who had some relations with Ning Qi had also arrived under the lead of the sect's elders. As expected of Brother Ning, even the immortal bone tribulation is different from ordinary people. I heard that the 4th lightning tribulation has been brewing for a full 6 days. It has already been 9 days and the 5th lightning tribulation has yet to descend. What do you think this immortal bone tribulation is planning? Hao Shuai exclaimed. His attire was still the same as before, a red dudu, a red tasseled spear, and a flaming wheel under his feet. This made those disciples who were also from Profound Sun's sect not want to stand too close to him. Even those elders were hiding behind Profound Sun ancestor with a weird expression, keeping a certain distance from Hao Shuai. What's he planning? What else can he plan with the immortal bone tribulation? This guy speaks really strangely. I'd better stand further away. Rumor has it that this person's nickname is Dudu Monster. He's indeed a little unusual. With a swoosh, the area around Hao Shuai seemed to become much emptier. Even so, there were still many prodigies from various sects, including Golden Immortals and Grand Luo, who looked at Hao Shuai with a hint of undetectable envy and jealousy. In the immortal realm, be it the ancestral planet, the most powerful central empire, or other level 7 or level 8 planets, Dao items were an extremely rare strategic resource. It was already good enough for a golden immortal to use a pseudo-Dao item, and only Grand Luo could own inferior-grade Dao items. As an immortal, Hao Shuai had 3 inferior-grade Dao items, making him a walking treasure vault. If not for the fact that the Profound Sun Patriarch and Hao Shuai seemed to be acquainted with Ning Qi, many Grand Luo would not be able to hold themselves back and rob Hao Shuai. The 2nd immortal bone tribulation has been waiting for a day, the 3rd for 3 days, and the 4th for 6 days. I think the 5th immortal bone tribulation will descend today. Patriarch Qi Yao's words caused the Grand Luo present to shudder, with many golden immortals showing a complicated expression. They did not receive such treatment when they faced their own tribulations, with dozens of Grand Luo present. It was truly a majestic sight, and only paled in comparison to the opening of the 2 divine tombs. Yes. Be that as it may, they would have been reduced to ashes if they had encountered Ning Qi's immortal bone tribulation that did not play by the rules. At the top of the lightning tribulation peak, Ning Qi looked calmly at the golden tribulation clouds and suddenly said, "What are you waiting for? Even if you're constipated, you won't be able to poop for 9 days. If you can take me, then do it. If you can't, you might as well disperse the thunder tribulation and leave." Ning Qi's voice was neither loud nor soft, and almost all the immortals present could hear him clearly. Everyone's expression turned strange at once. When they faced the lightning tribulation, all of them had a reverent attitude. They had never seen someone like Ning Qi who even mocked the lightning tribulation. Many people secretly admired Ning Qi's courage, but many people felt that Ning Qi was incomparably arrogant. Even more people suspected that Ning Qi had lost his mind after being struck by the lightning tribulation. Although the lightning tribulation originated from the heavenly Tao, in their eyes, the heavenly Tao was a kind of rule in this world. It was as natural as humans drinking water and immortals cultivating. It was not an existence with its own will. Would talking to the heavenly Tao not be like playing the lute to a cow? Just as they were thinking that, the golden tribulation clouds suddenly began to churn like boiling water in the next moment, and a shuddering roar came from within. Roar! An enormous head poked out from the tribulation clouds. The head was completely condensed from golden lightning. It was the head of a dragon. Apart from Patriarch Yu Qing, everyone from the mystic sword sect's disciples sweeping the floor to grand Luo existences like Demon Qi Yao were shocked. Chapter 2665. In the current immortal realm, the Dragon Clan was extremely rare, but the history of the Dragon Clan was even longer than that of the Human Clan. It was rumored that the Dragon Clan had been born since the beginning of the world. Later on, the Dragon Clan also played a role that could not be underestimated in the immortal realm. However, because the Dragon Clan was judged to have a good relationship with the ancient immortals during the Great War of Immortals and Demons, they received the same treatment as the ancient immortals. So far, there were only a few pure-blooded Dragon Clan left in the immortal realm. Most of them were the Human Clan with the Dragon Clan's bloodline. The Phoenix Qilin royalty was one of them. They had the Dragon Clan's bloodline, and when they cultivated to a certain level, they could also activate the Dragon Clan's divine ability. That was why they were so respectful when they saw the dragon head peeking out from the immortal bone tribulation. Because they were proud of the Dragon Clan's bloodline, and the Dragon Clan often appeared in various forms in various miracles, many immortals believed that the rumors about the Dragon Clan might be true. It was an extremely ancient race. Today, they saw the dragon head in the immortal bone tribulation again. The proof was even more certain. A golden dragon is born in the immortal bone tribulation. This is bad. Old Ancestor Qi Yao muttered to himself. He then looked at Old Ancestor Yu Qing and found that the latter's expression had become more serious than before. Obviously, the dragon head anomaly had changed the immortal bone tribulation, and this change was extremely disadvantageous to Ning Qi. The dragon head stared at Ning Qi and let out another roar. Then, everyone could vaguely see a huge dragon's body looming in the golden tribulation cloud. Every time it appeared, the golden tribulation cloud would grow a bit stronger. Isn't this like shooting yourself in the foot? I never thought that the immortal bone tribulation could actually understand human language. All the geniuses watched this scene with their mouths agape. Many of them were gloating. If Ning Qi hadn't been so arrogant and even dared to mock the immortal bone tribulation, the immortal bone tribulation might not have had such a change. Ha ha! Ning Beixian, you're courting death. Even the heavens will take care of you. Zhao Tong couldn't help but laugh. This time, he did not hide his emotions in his heart. When the nearby Xianjian sect disciples heard this, they looked at Zhao Tong with unfriendly gazes, but they did not dare to say anything. After all, Zhao Tong was the direct disciple of the mysterious Sword Old Man, and although his cultivation was gone, the mysterious Sword Old Man was unable to leave the divine tomb. But his identity as a true disciple was still there. What are you looking at? Who doesn't know the grudge between me and Ning Beixian? I just want to see him die, what do you think? Zhao Tong's cold gaze swept across the crowd. Oh! Everyone hurriedly shifted their gazes away, not daring to meet Zhao Tong's gaze. In their opinion, Zhao Tong was already close to going crazy, but when they thought about it, if they were in Zhao Tong's position, they might not be any better off than Zhao Tong and the others. A proud son of the heavens with a brilliant golden aptitude was still ranked first. He had obtained a terrifying inheritance in the tomb of the god of sin, but in the end, his cultivation was destroyed by Ning Qi. This was like falling from the peak to the bottom of the valley. Many disciples of the Golden Sun Peak, the Great River Peak, and the Elixir Peak looked at Zhao Tong with a hint of admiration. They wanted to voice their thoughts out loud too, but they didn't dare to. Zhao Tong's words had satisfied their wishes. There's a chance. Ning Qi looked at the dragon head, and his expression gradually became serious, but he was a little happy in his heart. According to the strength of the immortal bone tribulation, he was not 100% confident that he could make the prison-suppressing dragon elephant technique and the 9 inner hidden gates reach the peak after a few days. Originally, it was just a casual test, but who would have thought that the immortal bone tribulation really had its own will? Since the other party looked like he was enraged, the strength of the lightning tribulation would probably increase by many times. In this way, Ning Qi would have the chance to rush the prison-suppressing dragon elephant technique and the 9 inner hidden gates to the peak in one go. Master, this dragon head, I'm afraid that the immortal bone tribulation has also become a spirit? Kongwen looked at Ancestor Yu Qing in surprise, wanting to get a reasonable explanation from him. Ancestor Yu Qing laughed lightly. It's not that the immortal bone tribulation has become a spirit, but the person behind it is very smart. The person behind it? Kongwen muttered in his heart, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Ancestor Yu Qing's words meant that there was someone controlling the immortal bone tribulation? Thinking of this, Kongwen gasped in disbelief. The immortal bone tribulation was a lightning tribulation, but what was behind the lightning tribulation? The heavenly Tao. At this moment, the dragon head in the golden tribulation cloud roared again, and then a dragon-shaped lightning tribulation broke free from the tribulation cloud and fell towards Ning Qi. The 5th immortal bone tribulation has finally come. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation again. The 3rd gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, open. The 4th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, open. The 5th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, open. The 8th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, open. As the 8 gates of the 9 inner hidden gates were opened, Ning Qi's aura skyrocketed, and the strength of his physical body almost instantly reached a level that ordinary people could not understand. Boom! The dragon-shaped lightning tribulation bombarded Ning Qi, and the terrifying power of the lightning tribulation surged into Ning Qi's body, intending to destroy it. Before everyone could react, there was another loud bang in the sky, and another dragon-shaped lightning tribulation fell. Before Ning Qi could completely absorb the power of the previous lightning tribulation, it struck him again. The power of the 2 lightning tribulations gathered together, and the destructive power increased greatly, causing Ning Qi's skin to ooze blood continuously. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. The 5th immortal bone tribulation had just fallen, and in less than half a breath's time, the 6th immortal bone tribulation fell? This was completely different from the previous situation. Before they could figure this out, another dragon-shaped lightning tribulation fell from the tribulation cloud. It's the 7th, someone exclaimed. Previously, the immortal bone tribulation had a long interval, but now it was one after another. In the blink of an eye, it was the 7th. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the 8th immortal bone tribulation bombarded Ning Qi's body. Immediately after, the 9th fell, the 10th, the 11th, the 12th. Everyone's eyes were already filled with golden light, and they could not see what was happening on the Thunder Tribulation Summit. Only when the immortal bone tribulation fell, and the intense golden light that almost blinded them allowed them to know that another immortal bone tribulation was about to fall. The 12th immortal bone tribulation. Even the number 1 on the golden immortal leaderboard, Wei Gang, only had the 12th immortal bone tribulation. In that case, our senior brother Ning's talent is no weaker than his. That's right. Senior brother Ning has a chance of becoming number 1 on the golden immortal leaderboard again in the future. Chapter 2666. After being struck by 8 consecutive immortal bone tribulations, even if Ning Qi had opened all 8 gates of the 9 inner hidden gates, he was still on the verge of collapsing. His muscles were constantly being devoured by the power of the thunder tribulations. Even the confining dragon-elephant technique could not keep up with the destructive speed of the thunder tribulations. The skin all over Ning Qi's body began to crack inch by inch. Faint golden blood gushed out from these tiny and densely packed wounds. In addition to the golden lightning that was roaming around his body, Ning Qi looked like a little golden man at this moment. The lightning tribulation summit that was over 1,000 zhang tall had been reduced to just over 100 zhang after being struck by the 8 immortal bone tribulations. When the dust settled, everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. They stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. When they saw that Ning Qi was still standing, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. Even the lightning tribulation summit had been reduced by nearly 900 zhang, but Ning Qi had withstood 8 consecutive immortal bone tribulations? The terrifying power of the thunder tribulations was like an army passing through. It constantly surged through Ning Qi's meridians, muscles, and cells. Ning Qi's 3rd immortal meridian was already filled with boundless immortal qi. The excess qi was constantly spreading in all directions. Even the 4th immortal meridian was showing signs of opening. Even this can't kill him? Zhao Tong stared at Ning Qi dumbfoundedly. Blood seeped out from his clenched fists, but Zhao Tong did not notice it. He only wanted to ask the heavens, was it really so difficult to kill a perfect stage sky immortal? This was the immortal bone tribulations, 12 immortal bone tribulations. Senior brother Ning has succeeded? Why hasn't he become a golden immortal? No. Look, the tribulation clouds haven't dispersed yet. What's going on? All 12 immortal bone tribulations have descended, but the tribulation clouds still haven't dispersed? Could it be? Everyone stared at the tribulation clouds in shock. Old ancestor Qi Yao, didn't you say that there would at most be 12 immortal bone tribulations? Elder Nangong exclaimed. Qi Yao didn't speak because he was also unable to explain the reason why the lightning tribulation didn't dissipate. But thinking about it carefully, from the beginning of Ning Qi's tribulation, the immortal bone tribulation was already different from normal. Now that there were some changes, it didn't seem too reasonable, but it was also extremely normal. The group of Grand Luo hurriedly turned their gazes towards the Jade Pure Patriarch. He was the only mystic immortal present, and if even the Jade Pure Patriarch did not know what was going on, no one else would. Master? Kong Wen looked at old ancestor Yu Qing in shock. Old ancestor Yu Qing's expression was solemn as he said, "This is heaven's jealousy. Those who are envied by heaven will have to endure more tribulations than ordinary people. Ordinary people will encounter the immortal bone tribulation at most, but I'm afraid Bei Xian will encounter one more." 13 bolts of lightning? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. This had already exceeded their common sense. It was simply unheard of and unseen. Many people were suddenly enlightened. It turned out that this was what ancestor Yu Qing meant by heaven's jealousy. Even heaven was jealous? Was there really someone in this world that even the heavens would be jealous of? They looked at Ning Qi with complicated gazes. A long, long time ago, there were many people who were envied by heaven, but it's almost extinct in this era. Old ancestor Yu Qing said calmly as a hint of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. At that moment, the tribulation clouds moved again. Not only did the dragon's head poke out of the tribulation clouds, but it also brought out half of its body as if it was extremely furious. In the end, the tribulation clouds kept shrinking and completely fused into the golden dragon's body. Its body expanded a little more before it roared at Ning Qi. Qi charged forward. This is the 13th bolt of lightning. If your junior brother Bei Xian can survive it, his future will be boundless. Old ancestor Yu Qing said with a rather solemn expression. What if he can't? Kong Wen asked subconsciously. His body and Tao will disappear. Old ancestor Yu Qing said calmly. His body and Tao will disappear? Qi Yao and the others' expressions became extremely solemn when they heard that. This was probably the most crucial strike. Sister Li Xian. Yingzhen Xuan grabbed Li Xian's hand tightly, the nervousness on her face obvious. Li Xian could feel Yingzhen Xuan's trembling and comforted her softly. Don't worry, Bei Xian has great luck. He won't die so easily. She wasn't just saying that to comfort Yingzhen Xuan. She believed it completely. After all, she and Ning Qi were the only ancient immortals she knew in the immortal realm. She believed that the spirits of those ancient immortals in heaven wouldn't just watch Ning Qi be struck to death by the lightning tribulation. At that moment, Ning Qi's body had become extremely weak. The power of the 8 immortal bone tribulations was wreaking havoc in his body. Although Ning Qi was still standing and didn't seem to be seriously injured, in reality, his body had already turned into a pile of paste. If it wasn't for his extraordinary vitality and the fact that he was an immortal and demon dual cultivator, he would have won if there was even a little bit of ash left on his body. Given Ning Qi's current state, there was no way he could withstand the last bolt of lightning. If he allowed it to strike his body, he would probably die just like what old ancestor Yu Qing said. At this critical moment, I can only rely on myself. Ning Qi's eyes narrowed. The silver dragon didn't move at all. It was clearly in a deep sleep and wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Confinement dragon elephant art break. Ning Qi roared. He risked the danger of his meridians being destroyed and ignored the possibility of his body collapsing. He opened up his mind and body like a black hole, absorbing all the power of the lightning tribulation in his body to break through the confinement dragon elephant art and the 9th of the 9 inner hidden gates. Boom! A loud sound rang out in Ning Qi's mind. Then, time seemed to slow down around him. Even the 13th bolt of lightning formed by the golden dragon suddenly slowed down and fell towards Ning Qi. This state was very mysterious. Ning Qi's soul seemed to have completely left his body and entered the depths of his spiritual sea. He saw the immortal slaying bow, the purple-golden hammer of mountains and rivers, the statue formed by the ancient immortal Joss flame body tempering technique, and then, in the depths, Ning Qi saw a door. There were 2 ancient words on the door. Ning Qi didn't recognize them, but he strangely knew what they meant: confinement. Then, the door slowly opened. Before Ning Qi could take a closer look, his soul returned to his body. At the same time, a spot of light lit up between Ning Qi's eyebrows, connecting with the previous 8 spots of light. This was the last of the 9 inner hidden gates. 9th of the 9 inner hidden gates open. Chapter 2667. The flow of time in the surroundings returned to normal, and the golden dragon formed by the lightning tribulation seemed to have sensed something. It let out a deafening roar, and with an aura that seemed to want to reduce Ning Qi to ashes, it pounced towards Ning Qi with its claws and fangs bared. Patriarch Yu Qing's eyes moved slightly. In less than a moment, he suddenly realized that Ning Qi's aura and expression had undergone a huge change. Ning Qi's black waterfall-like hair fluttered without any wind. His eyes revealed a disdainful attitude. Instead of retreating, he leaped up and stabbed his hands deep into the head of the golden dragon formed by the thunder tribulation in front of everyone. Roar! The golden dragon seemed to really have spirituality. At this moment it let out a painful roar. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Some of them subconsciously rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had seen wrongly. What's going on? The person who was supposed to be suppressed by the thunder tribulation seized the initiative and attacked the thunder tribulation instead? Then, Ning Qi did not give them time to react. His lips curled into a sinister smile and his eyes met the golden dragon's with a mocking gaze. Go back to where you came from. With a wave of his arms, the golden dragon was torn into pieces by Ningqi. Not only that, after the body formed by the thunder tribulation was torn into pieces, Ningqi opened his mouth and swallowed them all into his stomach. Then, Ningqi landed on the thunder tribulation summit, which was only a few hundred feet away from him. He sat cross-legged and began to absorb. He was going to take the last mouthful of his feast. At the same time, the system let out a notification, indicating that Ningqi had successfully advanced into the golden immortal realm. Golden lotuses appeared out of thin air and covered the entire thunder tribulation summit. At the center, Ningqi was slowly lifted up by the largest golden lotus. The golden lotus emitted a dazzling golden radiance that enveloped Ningqi. Because at this moment, everyone saw a hint of sacred aura on Ningqi's face. The sky was clear and the tribulation clouds had completely dissipated. Everyone looked at Ningqi in a daze. They were still immersed in the shock from just now and could not extricate themselves. What did they just see? In this world, someone actually turned the tables and tore apart the thunder tribulation? Was this still the immortal world that they thought they were extremely familiar with? 13 immortal bone tribulations, just like that? Yang Xiaolong stared blankly at Ningqi. Yan Feiwu and Li Zhangtong, who were standing beside him, looked at each other before finally looking at Ningqi, who appeared to be incomparably holy under the golden lotus. Their Adam's apple bobbed up and down as they gulped. Senior apprentice brother Ning succeeded in crossing the tribulation. One by one, the shocked immortals snapped out of their daze and looked at Ningqi with both surprise and awe. The sect leaders of the various sects in Yingzhou were silent. Ningqi's heavenly tribulation this time was an eye-opener for them. As Grand Heavenly Luo, they never knew that the immortal bone tribulation could be this powerful. Ningqi, who tore apart the thunder tribulation with his own hands, was forever linked to the word monster in their hearts. Whether it was 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, they would never forget this scene. Phew! Yingzhen heaved a long sigh of relief and looked at Ningqi with delight. She did not realize that Li Xian's arm was already bruised from her clutches. One could imagine how nervous Yingzhen was before this. Nearby, the little gourd looked at Ningqi with some seriousness. This seriousness was completely different from what it pretended to be. If one were to look closely, they would even be able to see that the little gourd's current expression was much more dignified than the jade pure progenitor. Anyang, Luobua, Hao Shuai, and the other prodigies all smiled with excitement when they saw that Ningqi had successfully overcome the 13 immortal bone tribulations. To them, the stronger Ningqi was, the better it would be for them. Only those who had a grudge against Ningqi looked at Ningqi, who was surrounded by the golden lotus, expressionlessly. However, their hearts were filled with bitterness and disappointment. They did not want to see Ningqi successfully overcome the heavenly tribulation, but the scene of Ningqi being struck to death by the thunder tribulation. But now they were certain that they would not have the chance to see that. Congratulations, Jade Pure Progenitor! The group of Grand Luo looked at each other and then bowed to the Jade Pure Progenitor. Even an idiot would know how bright Ningqi's future would be after overcoming the 13 immortal bone tribulations. They believed that as long as Ningqi did not die, the mystic immortal realm would no longer be a problem for him. He would even have a great chance of becoming a primordial unity true immortal in the future. No need for formalities. The Jade Pure Progenitor smiled and waved his hand. While the Grand Luo congratulated the Jade Pure Progenitor, they suddenly felt jealous of Old Man Mysterious Sword, whose fate was unknown. Why did Ningqi join the Mysterious Sword sect back then, and not their Wind and Cloud sect, Profound Sun sect, Stone River Elixir sect, Mountain Destruction sect, Four-Way sect, and so on? Zhao Tong listened to the congratulations and flattery of the Grand Luo, then looked at Ningqi, who was surrounded by the golden lotus. His expression changed from green to white and then from white to green. Those who did not know him thought that he had learned some divine technique to change his face, but the immortals of the mysterious sword sect who noticed Zhao Tong sneered in their hearts. Zhao Tong had just openly said that he wanted Ning Qi to be struck to death by the thunder tribulation. Now, not only was Ning Qi not dead, but he had also passed the 13 immortal bone tribulations that had never been seen before. After today, there would no longer be a place for Zhao Tong in the mysterious sword sect. All of you disperse. Bei Xian has just passed the immortal bone tribulations, and is now at the critical stage of advancement. It is not suitable for others to watch. The Jade Pure Progenitor said calmly. His voice was not loud, but every immortal could hear him clearly. Although everyone wanted to see what was so special about Ning Qi after advancing to the Golden Immortal Realm, and whether he would have an extra hand or an eye, no one dared to offend the Jade Pure Progenitor, so they could only leave. Go. The various Grand Luo looked at each other, then bowed to the Jade Pure Progenitor one by one before leaving one after another. However, there was a group of people who were named by the Jade Pure Progenitor to stay in the mysterious sword sect, including In Yang, Hao Shuai, and Ling Yuan. When the Wind and Cloud sect's old progenitor saw this, a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. The Profound Sun sect's old progenitor also patted Hao Shuai's shoulder in relief. The corner of Ing Zhou Emperor's mouth curled up slightly as he nodded at An Xingdong and An Yang. And Xingdong could tell that the Ing Zhou Emperor was definitely praising An Yang's foresight. He had long pulled Ning Qi into the Heaven Arrestor sect, and now became one of the few people in the Ancestral Star who had a close relationship with Ning Qi. Master, I remember that when I broke through to the Golden Immortal Realm, there were no golden lotuses. I wonder what kind of phenomenon this is? Kongwen looked at the golden lotuses that covered the entire missing moon peak and asked curiously. When the others heard this, they pricked up their ears. They were also very curious, especially the golden immortals like Nangong, Murong, and Ling Yuan. The immortal bone tribulations can improve a person's aptitude. Although the 13th immortal bone tribulations is extremely dangerous, the heavens will naturally give some benefits according to the rules. Chapter 2668. As the Jade Clear Ancestor had said, the Golden Lotus was indeed a fortuitous encounter bestowed upon Ning Qi by the Heavenly Tao. At this moment, Ning Qi's body was undergoing a mysterious change. After his bones had passed the immortal bone calamity, they had turned completely golden. It wasn't an ordinary kind of gold, but a resplendent gold. All the golden lotuses on the Thunder Tribulation Summit were continuously transferring energy to the biggest lotus under Ning Qi's butt. The golden lotus was trying its best to transfer the mysterious energy into Ning Qi's body. The energy didn't go to Ning Qi's Dan Si or Ning Qi's consciousness Si. Inside the bones of Qi Sun, golden lotus marks appeared on Ning Qi's bones. Ning Qi felt warm all over his body, and there was an indescribable comfort. It was as if he had suddenly put down a mountain that had been carrying him for 10,000 years. Even his mind felt refreshed and his thoughts were clear. So this is improving one's aptitude and comprehension? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. It would be a lie to say that he was unhappy. This time, not only had his suppressing dragon elephant technique broken through to the 13th level, he had even opened the last gate of the 9 inner hidden gate. Furthermore, the immortal bone tribulation had brought such a pleasant surprise. If Ning Qi's previous talent was indeed as the profound sword tablet had indicated, then now because he felt that he had already surpassed Zhao Tong's dazzling gold. After cultivating for such a long time, Ning Qi's aptitude had finally improved to a level that was in line with his reputation. Perhaps he was still a little worse than a real monster, but Ning Qi's luck could make up for this gap. Of the 9 inner hidden gates, the 9th gate was just as Ning Qi had expected. After opening it, it could increase his strength by 512 times. This sort of increase would allow Ning Qi's strength to constantly rise, while also increasing his combat strength. After opening the 9th gate, it would become a 9th rank demon battle skill. It was equivalent to a level 9 immortal art. As for the confining dragon elephant art, the system did not clearly indicate what rank it was. Ning Qi was not sure if it was a rank 9 immortal art. However, Ning Qi's divine sense moved slightly and directly entered the depths of his sea of consciousness. In front of him, there was an open door. This was the phenomenon that appeared after the confining dragon elephant art broke through to the 13th layer. There was a steady stream of power flowing into Ning Qi's body from this door. Just this point alone would allow Ning Qi to have an endless supply of power when he fought with others in the future, as long as the opponent was not someone who could suppress Ning Qi with one palm. Basically, there would not be a situation where one would die from exhaustion. This door is called prison suppression. Could there really be a prison inside? I wonder if there's a precedent in the immortal world for a person to cultivate a cultivation method and open a door. Ning Qi stared at the door and fell into deep thought. From the looks of it, this door was beneficial to Ning Qi. However, Ning Qi had no clue as to what was behind this door. This caused him to feel a sense of apprehension. To enter or not to enter? Ning Qi considered it for a few breaths of time. He was prepared to enter the door and see what was behind it. However, just as his divine sense reached the door, it was pushed out by a force. Ning Qi did not believe it. He continued to strengthen the strength of his spiritual will, wanting to enter the door. However, he was stopped outside again and again. Interesting, Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. His spiritual will left his sea of consciousness. When the silver dragon woke up in the future, he would ask the other party what this door meant. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. In these 5 years, Ning Qi had been sitting cross-legged at the top of the Thunder Tribulation Summit, absorbing the energy from the Golden Lotus. Right now, other than the Golden Lotus beneath his butt, the other Golden Lotuses had all used up their energy and disappeared, and the Golden Lotus beneath his butt had also faded a lot. The Golden Lotus beneath his butt had also faded a lot. At this moment, the bones in Ning Qi's body were all branded with Golden Lotus marks, densely packed together. If he were to take out a bone, it would definitely be listed as a work of art on Earth. Ning Qi's temperament had also slowly changed in these 5 years. This kind of change was extremely obvious in the eyes of the Xianjian sect disciples who were constantly coming to watch. From the initial holiness, it gradually became ethereal. Not only did the immortal qi on his body far surpass that of Nangong Murong and the other golden immortals, even the aura on Qi Yao's body was weaker than Ning Qi's. If the two of them stood together, just by looking at their appearances, Ning Qi looked more like an immortal. The current Ning Qi was already at the early stage of golden immortal. After advancing, the 4th immortal meridian in his body had also been opened. The immortal spirit energy that the 3rd immortal meridian could not contain flowed into the 4th immortal meridian. This immortal meridian was more than 100 times larger than an ordinary golden immortal. A few days later, the golden lotus beneath him completely dissipated. Ning Qi's figure floated in the air, and only after a long while did he slowly open his eyes. A golden light flashed across Ning Qi's eyes. The group of Xianjian sect disciples were originally watching, but they were caught off guard and felt that it was extremely dazzling. They hurriedly closed their eyes, but tears unconsciously flowed out. Ancestor Yu Qing had been standing at the foot of the Thunder Tribulation Summit for the past 5 years. Seeing this scene, the corner of his mouth immediately curled up. Ning Qi flew and landed in front of Ancestor Yu Qing and bowed respectfully. Disciple Bei Xian greets Master. You very good. Ancestor Yu Qing smiled and nodded. Kong Wen stood behind Ancestor Yu Qing and sized Ning Qi up. Then, a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Among the elites that he had seen, including himself, His temperament was far inferior to Ning Qi's. This was not only the difference in cultivation realm, it was also related to the root bone and comprehension. Ing Xuan, Li Xian, Anyang, Hao Shuai and the others all stood in the distance. Because ancestor Yuqing was present, they did not go forward to reminisce with Ning Qi. At this moment, the small gourd ran over and rolled on the ground, turning into a gourd and entering Ning Qi's sea of consciousness. Gourd? What is that? A magic treasure? Impossible. How can a magic treasure have spiritual intelligence? Only the legendary innate spiritual treasures have a spirit. I read that gourd's spirit. Oh. Not bad, I think so too. So it's a gourd spirit. Everyone came to a realization. Seeing this, Ancestor Yuqing smiled. Ning Qi thought that he would ask about the origin of the small gourd, but Ancestor Yuqing said, "A few years ago, you killed profound Azure Mansion's Li Si and Bai Xingshu. Although their masters did not dare to come to the ancestral star to seek revenge, I heard that they have many disciples under them. Sun Do rushed to the ancestral star, and some of them should have already arrived. They just did not dare to show themselves these few years. You have to be careful when you walk in the ancestral star. Although your sword skills can kill Grand Luo, you are still no match for profound immortals." Chapter 2669. The ancestral star has its own rules. I think they should know this, especially after Jiang Feng's death. This rule should be able to make them restrain themselves. Old Ancestor Yuqing smiled. At least, when I'm here, they won't dare to come out in broad daylight. If someone finds you, they must kill you within 10 breaths, or else, they will die. Thank you, Master. Ning Qi quickly cupped his hands. This was the difference between having a backer and not having one. The existence behind profound Azure Mansion and Bai Xingxue wanted to avenge Li Si and Bai Xingxue, but because of the green-robed old man, they could only send profound immortals to the ancestral star. So, it was almost impossible for these profound immortals to kill Ning Qi openly, because it would attract a heavy blow from old Ancestor Yuqing. They could only look for an opportunity, like a mouse in a gutter, to suppress Ning Qi in the shortest time possible, and escape from the ancestral star in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, they would have to face the means of old Ancestor Yuqing. Old Ancestor Yuqing said a few more words, and his figure disappeared on the spot, along with Kongwon. Ning Qi could clearly see that Kongwon did not want to leave so early, and had questions to ask him, but he could not help it. Junior brother Ning, when you have time, come to Jade Clear Sect and tell me how the cultivation of the 8-9 arcane art is going. Kongwon only had time to leave such a sentence. Hao Shuai and the others saw old Ancestor Yuqing leaving with Kongwon, and then quickly walked to Ning Qi and chatted with him. When the nearby Xianjian sect disciples saw this, their eyes suddenly showed envy, envious of the friendship between Hao Shuai and the others and Ning Qi. Beixian, what Senior Yuqing said just now is indeed true. I have already received a message from Master, he said. He has already sent 3 profound immortals to the ancestral star to find you. Li Xian looked a little solemn as she transmitted her voice. Will it affect you? If he is angry at you, you might as well go to Jade Clear Sect. It is extremely safe there. Ning Qi said to Li Xian. Master does not know that I was also there when you killed second senior brother. Li Xian shook her head. In that case, let them come. Ning Qi smiled. If it wasn't for the few Xian immortals attacking together, Ning Qi was confident that he could hold on for at least 10 breaths of time. By then, Yuqing Ancestor would naturally help him. Moreover, he had already advanced and the Devil Ancestor's heart was no longer a mission item. Ning Qi could slowly find the safest way to absorb the Devil Ancestor's heart. The power of the heart. If there was no other choice, he could also choose to borrow the power of the Demon Ancestor's heart like Jian Shilai. At that time, Ning Qi was confident that he could defeat a primordial unity genuine immortal, let alone a Xian immortal. However, the consequences and the cost of doing so would be too great. Hao Shuai and the others were invited to the missing moon peak by Ning Qi. During this period of time, other peak masters came to visit them. After all, Ning Qi had already advanced to the early golden immortal realm. His cultivation realm was higher than all the peak masters, comparable to Elder Nangong and Elder Murong, not to mention his terrifying combat strength. Luo did not dare to touch it. When the various peak masters arrived, they all thought that Ning Qi would be very arrogant. After all, over the years, Ning Qi's impression in their hearts had always been inextricably linked to the word insolence. However, they unexpectedly discovered that even when facing a peak master like Yi Tian, who had a grudge against him in the past, Ning Qi still treated people with the utmost respect. He was rather easygoing and did not put on any airs. After this incident, the peak master's impression of Ning Qi had greatly changed. Missing Moon Peak. Nangong and Murong came together. When they arrived, Ning Qi, Yingzhen and the rest were all sitting on small stools at the edge of the cliff with the best view. They were sunbathing and gossiping. Among them, Hao Shuai was the most talkative. Basically, he was the one speaking and everyone was listening. Bei Xian, did I disturb you? Nangong said with a smile. The two elders are here? Do you want to sit with us? Ning Qi smiled. No need, old ancestor Qi Yao told us to inform you. Murong smiled and waved his hand, then glanced at Yingzhen, then looked at Ning Qi and said, Originally, Zhenshuan was going to take over the position of sect master, but because you were undergoing tribulation to break through to Golden Immortal, this matter was pushed back. However, old ancestor Qi Yao feels that in a few days, he will be able to hold a grand ceremony for everyone to come and pay their respects. At that time, Zhenshuan will be the sect master of our Xianjian sect. What? Hao Shuai was shocked, then looked at Yingzhen excitedly. Little sister Zhenshuan, you're going to become the sect master of the Xianjian sect? Doesn't that mean that you're on equal footing with my old ancestor? And Yang and the rest were also shocked. They did not know about this matter. Bei Xiao and Bei Meng immediately congratulated Yingzhen. Ling Yuan had a strange look in his eyes. From his point of view, the reason why Yingzhen was able to sit on the position of sect master was probably because of Ning Qi. Big brother, Yingzhen looked at Ning Qi with a trace of hesitation in her eyes. Ning Qi waved his hand at her and smiled at the Murong duo. Let's do as old ancestor Qi Yao says. With that, Ning Qi stood up and said to everyone, I'll go and meet old ancestor Qi Yao. Xianjian sect, main peak, sect master hall. When Ning Qi Yao saw old ancestor Qi Yao, he went straight to the point. Old ancestor, did old ancestor Xianjian really leave behind such a sentence to make Zhenshuan the sect master of the Xianjian sect? Old ancestor Qi Yao was slightly startled, then he smiled. Indeed. Other than that, did he leave any other words behind? What did old ancestor Xianjian encounter in the divine tomb? Ning Qi's eyes slightly moved as he looked at old ancestor Qi Yao. Old ancestor Qi Yao fell silent. After a while, he looked at Ning Qi and said, After Xianjian and I sat on the bronze throne, we arrived at a planet. At that time, I already knew that even if it was an illusion, the era was different from the one we were in. However, Xianjian had acquaintances on that planet. At that time, I was very surprised. How could Xianjian recognize illusions? Later on, I realized that the divine tomb was extraordinary. It really sent us to a long, long time ago. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. The reincarnation array had indeed sent everyone to a long, long time ago. How could old ancestor Xianjian have acquaintances in that era? This was completely unreasonable. May I know the background of old ancestor Xuanjian's acquaintance? Ning Qi asked in a low voice. The Samsara Temple Master is an unfathomable person. In my opinion, he's at least a primordial unity true immortal. Old ancestor Qi Yao lowered his voice. Samsara Temple? I've never heard of it, Ningqi then asked. What happened after that? Chapter 2670. Back when Patriarch Qi Yao had discovered that everything was real and not an illusion, he had been so shocked that he couldn't speak. Then, under Old Man Mysterious Sword's lead, he had arrived at the Samsara Temple with ease. He had even met the temple master of the Samsara Temple, who was suspected to be a primordial unity true immortal. That had left Qi Yao dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why Old Man Mysterious Sword would be so familiar with that place. Everything that had happened afterward had left Qi Yao feeling extremely strange, as if he couldn't understand anything. He only stayed for about half a day. Qi Yao did not know what Old Man Mysterious Sword and the Samsara Temple Master had discussed, but the latter had ordered him to leave. Qi Yao had no choice but to leave. Before he left, Old Man Mysterious Sword had instructed him to do two things. Now, he was looking at Ningqi. He wanted to know the reason for all of this from Ningqi's mouth. Patriarch Mysterious Sword wants me to go to a ghost realm to look for him? Ningqi looked at Patriarch Qi Yao in astonishment. The immortal world was too vast, but not every corner had immortals. Some places were barren of resources and sparse in immortal qi, making them unsuitable for immortals to cultivate. Only some immortals who were on the run would go to such places to hide from their enemies. Such places were called ghost realms. The central continent had been a corner of the ghost realms, which was also why Little Six Heavenly Dragon Clan had fled to. However, just because there were few immortals didn't mean that ghost realms were small. On the contrary, some ghost realms were much larger than the Heavenly Ancient Mystic Realm, the Langya Immortal Realm, the Ancient Heavenly Court Immortal Realm, and so on. Patriarch Qi Yao was a little disappointed. He had been paying attention to Ningqi's expression, and the shock in Ningqi's eyes didn't seem fake. Clearly, Ningqi didn't know what Old Man Mysterious Sword was planning. Old Man Mysterious Sword said that this jade slip contains the direction to the ghost realm. He told me not to look at it, so I didn't. Patriarch Qi Yao tossed a jade slip to Ningqi. Ningqi extended his hand to receive it and glanced at it. However, he did not check the contents immediately. Instead, he frowned and looked at Patriarch Qi Yao. Patriarch, did Patriarch Xianjian leave the divine tomb or not? Nope, I'm certain of this. Wait a moment. Old Ancestor Qi Yao was still very confident at the start, but after that, he stared at Ningqi and fell into deep thought. Back then, I was also very sure that you didn't manage to walk out of the divine tomb. But later on, you appeared again. If that's the case, that fellow Xianjian might be the same as you. What method did you use to hide it from us? It's nothing special. When the Divine Mausoleum sent us out, you were on the Ancestral Star, but I was sent to another place. Ningqi shook his head. The master of this divine necropolis possesses unfathomable divine abilities. I'm just a Grand Luo, so I'm afraid I won't be able to understand what's going on. Forget it. Since Xianjian wants you to go to the ghost realm to find him, I've already sent the message to you. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. Sometimes I really hate him. Old Ancestor Qi Yao rubbed his forehead. His tone sounded a little tired, and Ningqi could even hear a hint of dissatisfaction in it. Very well. I'll take my leave first. Ningqi nodded and bowed before turning to leave. Qi Yao gazed at Ningqi's back. After he left the main peak, he mumbled to himself, "That guy isn't an ingrate. Even with his current cultivation and battle prowess, he's still so respectful to me. Looks like Xianjian probably didn't choose the wrong person. He'll definitely go. I just wonder what that old fart is planning. I wonder what he's trying to do." Ningqi had already used his divine sense to scan the jade scroll along the way. He found that the route inside was very complicated, but Ningqi memorized it with just a glance. Afterward, a small formation on the jade scroll was triggered by Ningqi's divine sense and turned into dust with a bang. So mysterious. Ningqi muttered to himself. At this time, he had almost returned to the missing moon peak, and was still a few miles away from the missing moon peak. A golden light flew over from afar at a frightening speed. Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. Just as the golden light was about to land on him, Ningqi's body moved a few feet to the side. Even so, his shoulder was grazed by the golden light, and a layer of flesh and blood was gone. With the current strength of Ningqi's fleshly body, this golden light was able to easily break through his defense. One could imagine how powerful it was. You can't hold it in so soon? Ningqi's eyes flashed with ridicule. The golden light had already disappeared, but Ningqi did not choose to leave. Instead, he looked in the direction the golden light came from. The other party had launched a sneak attack, so Ningqi was unable to dodge in time. That was why his shoulder was injured. Now that he was prepared, it wouldn't be that easy for the other party to kill him. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the other party did not make a comeback. Ningqi smiled and flew towards the missing moon peak. Dozens of miles away from the mystic sword sect, 3 figures stood in the air. One of them held a bow in his hand. The aura of this bow was much weaker than the immortal execution bow, but the power of the great Tao was countless times stronger than a low-grade Tao tool. It was a mid-grade Tao tool. What a pity! The person holding the bow sighed. The other 2 looked at him with some dissatisfaction. One of them said, "Wu Zixin, didn't we agree to wait for a good enough opportunity to make a move? Now that the kid is on guard, with our understanding of his combat strength, even if the 3 of us attack together, it will be difficult for us to do it within 10 breaths of time. If we kill him, if we provoke that old fellow Yuqing ancestor, we will not be able to escape death. Before we came here, Master had already warned us to be careful of Yuqing ancestor, have you forgotten?" The other person was also a little angry. "It's fine if you do what you want in the sect, but when you come to the ancestral star, you are still like this. We are different from other immortals. We are the first to have the all-heaven talisman. After so many years, don't you understand how deep the water of the ancestral star is? Last time, Jiang Feng personally came to the ancestral star for revenge." Chapter 26:71. Faced with the rebuke of the 2, the bow-wielding man known as Wu Zixin smiled, and said in an unconcerned manner, "Seniors, the longer you live, the more cowardly you become." Just now, that brat was obviously checking the jade slip in his hand. That was the moment when he was most distracted. If you don't make a move now, when are you going to wait? Moreover, you too, don't you want to avenge Bai Xingxue as soon as possible? One must know that he is that person's disciple. Even our master has to be wary of that person. If we don't do this well, how are we going to explain ourselves when we return? The 2 of them looked at each other when they heard this, then became a little angry. One of them said coldly, "We don't care if you want to be in the limelight, but this time, the 3 of us have come together. If the mission fails, both of us will be implicated by you. Now that you have not killed the mission target, you have instead alerted the enemy." Wu Zixin laughed and said, "We will attack again next time. This time he was lucky to dodge my arrow, next time he won't be so lucky. Let's go, there won't be any more chances in a short period of time. Let's see if he will be a coward and stay in the Xianjian sect for the rest of his life. It's best if we don't make a trip to the Xianjian sect. It's best if you don't. There is a sect protecting formation in the Xianjian sect. Even if we join hands, it will take at least 10 breaths of time to break through it. This time is enough for the Yuqing ancestor to come find us." The other 2 sneered, then turned around and left. As if he did not hear it, Wu Zixin glanced at Ningqi's direction and muttered to himself in slight pity, "If it wasn't for someone protecting you, I'd really like to see what you're capable of. Killing Jiang Wei with a single arrow, slaying a Grand Luo with a single slash, and now passing the 13 immortal bone tribulations. TSK. I have never killed before, I wonder if your blood is sweet or not. Licking his lips, Wu Zixin turned around with a strange smile, and chased after the two of them. Missing Moon Peak, Sect Master's Hall. This time, only Ing Xuan and Li Xian were present. When the two girls saw the blood on Ning Qi's shoulder, they were shocked. The people sent by my master are here? Li Xian stepped forward to take a look at Ning Qi's wound and frowned. The power of the great Tao contained in this arrow was extremely terrifying. Ning Qi judged that the opponent was at least a Xian immortal. Judging from the speed of the golden light, it was very likely that it was not an immortal technique, but a Bao. It should be a mid-grade Tao artifact. Ning Qi was 80% sure about this. There was a high-grade Tao artifact, the immortal slaying Bao, and the aura of the two was very similar. The destructive power of a Xian immortal using a mid-grade Taoist artifact with all his might was extremely terrifying. Even with Ning Qi's strong body, it would take him at least a few days to recover from this wound. If it was an ordinary golden immortal, he might not have survived. Even if he did, he would have been severely injured. I don't know if it's your master's people or Profound Azure Mansion's people, Ning Qi said with a smile, but you don't have to worry. They don't even dare to kill me in front of me. They can only shoot arrows in the dark. I didn't die this time, so they have to think twice before coming next time. I should be safe for a short time. Big brother, then you should stay at the missing Moon Peak for this period of time. If they dare to come in, then activate the sect protection array. No matter what, we can delay until old ancestor Yu Qing arrives. Ing Xuan said worriedly. I wanted to, but after your succession ceremony, I still have to go to a place. If someone comes to the Xianjian sect to look for me, and there's a magic treasure with a special shape, remember to help me entertain them. Ning Qi laughed. Back then, when he had sent the pills to Mount Innerheart, he had also sent the route to the ancestral star. But for some reason, Ning Qi did not meet the Saint Concubine and the others on his way back to the ancestral star. But as long as they did not meet with any problems, Ning Qi trusted them. They would find the Xianjian sect. Who is it? Is it your friend, big brother? Ing Xuan asked curiously. Ning Qi glanced at Li Xian and smiled awkwardly. It might be my wife. Wife? Ing Xuan was stunned. Although she had personally heard Ning Qi admit that he had a family, she had never seen him in all these years, so she still had a trace of hope in her heart. Now that she heard that Ning Qi's wife might come to the Xianjian sect, she felt a little bitter in her heart for some reason. Li Xian's expression changed a few times, and in the end she revealed a smile, and looked at Ning Qi with a smile that was not a smile. Aren't you afraid that I'll say bad things about you? Will you? Ning Qi laughed. Maybe. Li Xian smiled, then stood up and stretched. I'm a little tired, I'm going to rest, you guys chat. Without waiting for Ning Qi and Ing Xuan to speak, Li Xian directly left the sect master's hall. Ing Xuan looked at Li Xian's back, and secretly glanced at Ning Qi. Seeing Ning Qi's bitter smile, he immediately felt a little more certain in his heart. Big brother, big sister Li Xian is also not bad, are you? Children, don't worry about these things. Think about what clothes you'll be wearing in a few days. Ning Qi got up and rubbed Ing Xuan's head, then strode away. Ing Xuan speechlessly looked at Ning Qi's back, then remembered what Ning Qi had just said, and suddenly felt a little awkward. She usually dressed very ordinarily, and she didn't know what clothes she should wear when the ceremony started in a few days. At the very least, she couldn't be rude. At this moment, they were still quite a distance away from the ancestral planet. The Nuwa ship was constantly jumping through space, much faster than when Ning Qi rode the Nuwa ship back to Earth. Every jump covered a very long distance, but this time, there was a figure following behind the Nuwa ship. Every time the Nuwa ship jumped away, that figure would always be able to catch up at an extremely fast speed. Inside the Niwa ship, the sacred concubine was sitting on a large sofa in the cockpit, and Ning Haotian was nestled in her arms. Li Macho, Hu Qingzi, Fang Qin, Fang Shu, Little Yer Zhuoling and the others were all sitting on either side of the sacred concubine. On either side stood Dongfang Haojie and his wife, Li Minji, Wang Lin and his wife, Shi Lu, Supreme Python, Duan Injun, Niu Dezhuang, and other higher-ups of Mount Heart and Soul. At this moment, everyone was looking at a virtual screen in front of them with serious expressions. On the screen, a figure could be seen speeding through the void. Niwa stood in front of the screen and said to everyone helplessly, "Based on my precise calculations, this person's cultivation is very likely to have reached the perfected golden celestial stage that Master mentioned. With the Niwa ship's current speed, it will be very difficult to get rid of him." Hearing this, everyone's expressions became even more serious. The sacred concubine calmly said, "What are the chances of him catching up to the Niwa ship?" Chapter 26:72. 5%? Everyone's expressions didn't look good. Although this probability didn't seem high, there were too many people on the Niwa ship. If they were caught, everyone would die. Even a 1% chance was not enough. Calculate, what are my chances of winning if I fight him? Li Macho suddenly asked. Hu Qingzi was dressed in the same purple robe as Li Macho. She held a horsetail whisk in her hand and looked at Li Macho in astonishment. She did not understand who had given her master the courage to fight a zenith heaven golden immortal with her human immortal cultivation. 0. Goddess Nviwa helplessly looked at Li Macho and said, "Don't always think about getting off the boat to fight with him, unless you suddenly become an almighty immortal now. I think your chances of beating him should be 70%. Li Macho coldly nodded and no longer spoke. Over the years, she had killed gods and Buddhas. She rarely encountered a situation like this. She felt a bit angry, but she was still rational. How far are we from the address given by Beixian to the mystic sword sect? How long will it take to get there? The Saint Concubine continued. We'll arrive in about 7 days. Niwa said. Then don't worry about him. Full speed ahead. The Saint Concubine nodded. Okay. Niwa nodded. She then moved slightly and disappeared from where she was. She had completely merged with Niwa, causing the ship to move even faster. However, Niwa would not be able to maintain this state for long. When her energy was depleted to a certain extent, Niwa's speed would become even slower than before. If they couldn't reach the ancestral planet by then, they would be dead. Behind the Niwa ship, a young man in a red robe with a vicious expression roared, "If you don't stop, none of you will live once I catch you." After he finished roaring, he found that the Niwa ship was even faster. Damn it! This thing has a treasure spirit. It must be a primordial spirit treasure that was lost after the Great War. I must get it. Inside the Niwa, Dongfang Haojie and company could clearly hear this person's angry roar through the speakers. Wang Lin and his wife looked at each other with worry. If we lead him to the mysterious North Continent, will it bring danger to the mysterious North Continent? The corner of Saint Consort Cold Sky's lips curled up into a confident smile. I believe that Beixian has a way to protect us. That's right. Young Master is so powerful. Why should we be afraid of him? Little Yuer smiled and nodded. Zhuoling had always followed Little Yuer, so since Little Yuer was so confident, Zhuoling naturally felt that Ningqi could deal with this follower. Ancestral Star, Xianjian sect. All the first-rate sects in the 10 prefectures of the Ancestral Star had basically received the invitations sent out by the Mystic Sword sect. In the past, there would not have been too many people coming, not to mention that they were here to witness an Earth Immortal Succession ceremony. But now it was different. All the sects that received the invitation were personally led by the sect master, bringing along many congratulatory gifts to the Xianjian sect. Not to mention the Yuqing school and Yuqing ancestor behind Ningqi, even Ningqi himself was worthy of their caution. In their eyes, the status of the Xianjian sect with Ningqi had already far surpassed that of the time when there was only the mysterious Sword Elder. Therefore, most of the sect masters had arrived at the Xianjian sect in advance. In order to settle down these sect masters, the various peak masters of the Xianjian sect had directly given up many mountains for these sect masters to rest. In an instant, the Xianjian sect was bustling with noise and excitement. Within the scope allowed by the various sect masters, the prodigies of the various sects would often spar in private. Almost every moment, the Xianjian sect's arena was filled to the brim. This kind of grand occasion was almost unprecedented, causing many Xianjian sect disciples to be filled with joy. Only on the side of the missing Moon Peak, Fan Xing and the other disciples of the missing Moon Peak were complaining in their hearts. Originally, the disciples of the missing Moon Peak could be said to be the least in the entire Xianjian sect, but after Ningqi was completely free, he brought the 100,000 girls that he had saved from the poison toad ancestor out of the creation domain. In the missing Moon Peak, this was Ningqi's plan. If it wasn't for the fact that the missing Moon Peak was large enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, these 100,000 girls might not even be able to squeeze in here. But because of this, Fan Xing and the others naturally had to start working hard and build disciple houses. Each disciple house had 1,000 people, and 100,000 girls needed 100 disciple houses. With the methods of Fan Xing and the others, coupled with the fact that Ningqi had mobilized many sweeping disciples to help, 100 disciple houses were built in less than a day. The main problem was that the management problem made Fan Xing's head hurt. In the end, Yingzhen directly gave the order to transfer hundreds of inner sect disciples from the various mountain peaks. Adding on the hundreds of disciples from the missing Moon Peak, each of them was responsible for teaching 200 to 300 girls. Only then did Fan Xing and the others feel much more relaxed, but they still felt depressed. Their moods would definitely be very gloomy. The sudden appearance of 100,000 girls on the missing Moon Peak naturally caused a heated discussion among the others, because Ningqi did not hide the origins of the girls. When they found out that Ningqi had personally saved them from the hands of a demonic immortal, their gazes immediately changed, and they were a little surprised that Ningqi would actually meddle in such matters. To immortals, mortals were dispensable existences in their eyes. However, there were also many people who were envious of these girls because they were personally saved by Ningqi. Their relationship with Ningqi was naturally not ordinary, which was enough to make many existences who wanted to befriend Ningqi secretly jealous. Do you guys think that with the sudden addition of 100,000 female disciples to the missing Moon Peak, our cultivation resources will be even less in the future? When a few Xianjian sect disciples passed by the missing Moon Peak, they looked up and one of them said worriedly, "Don't worry, with senior brother Ning here, the resources of the Xianjian sect will only increase in the future, not decrease." Have you all forgotten what kind of situation the missing Moon Peak was in back then? Senior brother Ning himself is a Pildao Grandmaster. Why would he be afraid of lacking cultivation resources? I think they will be better off than us in the future. Senior brother Huang is right. On the missing Moon Peak. Big brother, in the future, my missing Moon Peak should be changed to Princess Peak. When these little fellows succeed in their cultivation, they will have 100,000 female disciples, which will be much more than the female disciples of the other peaks combined. Yingzhen laughed. Then when you become the sect master, change this place to Princess Peak. You can also serve as the peak master of Princess Peak. In the future, these little fellows will be your loyal followers. Ningqi laughed. Chapter 2673. Li Xian smiled and said, "Maybe some people can live to this day, or maybe they have already died of old age. It's hard to say. If they can really live to this day, I'm afraid they are at least primordial unity genuine immortals, or even immortal monarchs. I wonder if they still recognize us as their great masters. Ingzhinshuan sighed. Indeed. After the two came back, they judged that it was at least 1,000 years ago based on all kinds of ancient texts. There weren't many people in the entire immortal world who could live to this day. Plus, they only took in 300 disciples. The chances were too low. Didn't you leave any keepsakes for them? If they really live to this day, how will they recognize them in the future? Ningqi smiled. We did from the beginning. There's a demon beast called the Ancient Shell. As long as the beads they spit out are not damaged by external forces, they'll be as good as new even after 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Li Xian said. Bead? Ningqi's eyes flickered. At this time, Bei Xiao and Bei Meng passed by with Ling Yuan. They seemed to be going to the main peak. When they saw Ningqi and the others, they quickly went up to greet them. Bei Meng, I remember you had a bead in your hand? Ningqi smiled. Ling Yuan was startled and looked at Bei Meng. Bei Meng was confused too. Why would Ningqi suddenly ask about this? But she still took it out and said to Ningqi, Master, are you talking about this bead? When I was born, my mother said this bead was born with me. Ling Yuan was a little surprised. He knew about the bead and had examined it before. There was nothing strange about it. It was just an ordinary pearl, not a spiritual material used to refine magical weapons. However, from what Bei Meng said, the bead must have an unusual origin. Why was it born at the same time as her? There must be something strange about it. Sister Li Xian? Ingzhinshuan looked at Li Xian with a flash of surprise. Li Xian went up to take the bead from Bei Meng's hand. Bei Meng subconsciously retracted her hand. Give it to me. Do you think I'll steal your bead? Li Xian said helplessly. Bei Meng smiled and handed the bead to Li Xian. Auntie Li Xian, don't break it. This bead is my most precious treasure. Li Xian took the bead and examined it carefully. Finally, she found a very small mark in the corner. It was 2 words, Ingli. Li Xian calmly handed the bead to Bei Meng with a smile. Keep this bead safe. Don't lose it. Bei Xiao and Bei Meng looked at each other strangely. Then, Bei Xiao asked tentatively, Aunt Li Xian, is there something special about this bead? The pearl spat out by the eternal shell is an ornament. If you want to talk about something mystical, then it is that it can be preserved for a very long time without naturally eroding. You guys better not use it to hit people. That's not even as good as a stone. Li Xian laughed. Oh, the two of them were obviously disappointed. Ningqi glanced at Li Xian before turning to Bei Meng with a smile. Why do you think this pearl is your most precious treasure? Back then, Bei Meng had picked up the bead regardless of the danger because she had dropped it on the ground. As a result, she had offended those knights and formed a bond with Ningqi. I don't know. I've felt this way since I was young. Bei Meng was a little confused. She really didn't know why she had such a unique feeling towards this bead. She had an inexplicable fondness for it. Alright, it's getting late. Let's head to the main peak. The ceremony is starting tomorrow. We have to make some preparations today. Ningqi laughed. On the way to the main peak, Ingzhinshuan had already learned from Li Xian that the pearl in Bei Meng's hand was bestowed by Li Xian. She was both happy and curious. Bei Xiao and Bei Meng had clearly reincarnated, but why did they still have the pearl? Are you sure these two are the two from back then? Ningqi asked Li Xian telepathically. Li Xian nodded and replied, The pearl in Bei Meng's hand is the keepsake I gave her. But, a hint of doubt flashed across her face. She wasn't very sure either. If we have a chance to go to the Netherworld, we can confirm if they have the Divine Soul imprint. The Netherworld cultivators can easily see this. Maybe even the Immortal Lords can. Ningqi said telepathically. Bei Meng was born with the keepsake. This meant that if she was really reincarnated, she must have the divine soul imprint of a mighty cultivator. That was why she could make the keepsake follow her into reincarnation. Ning Qi suspected that the two of them had reincarnated many times, but the keepsake hadn't been lost. This method wasn't something that a mighty cultivator who reincarnated in a hurry could do. They must have been well prepared. Netherworld? There's really a netherworld in this world? Li Xian's attention was immediately attracted by the netherworld that Ning Qi mentioned. Of course there is. But the conditions to go to the netherworld are very strict. You can only go in if you find the entrance. Every time someone dies, be it a mortal or an immortal, the netherworld cultivators will come to take their soul. Ning Qi smiled. You can see it? Li Xian's expression was a little strange. Yes. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After knowing that Wang Shui's soul was taken away by Jiang Yu, Ning Qi didn't attack the netherworld cultivators anymore. Most of the people who died in his hands didn't leave their souls behind, so no netherworld cultivators appeared. After everyone arrived at the main peak, they met many ancestral patriarchs who came to greet Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and responded to them one by one. The prodigies looked at Ning Qi with respect, envy, and a trace of fear and jealousy. Even if some heaven's chosen ones had relatives who had died in Ning Qi's hands, they didn't dare to show their hatred in their hearts. After Ying Zhenxuan arrived at the main peak, she was taken away by Ziyi and a few other female peak masters, as well as a large group of Xianjian sect female disciples. You haven't been to the main peak, right? Let's take a look? Ning Qi smiled at Li Xian. Li Xian nodded. The two walked towards the sparsely populated area. Because all the ancestral patriarchs of the 10 states had come to congratulate them, the disciples they brought made the main peak a little crowded. Therefore, after walking for a long time, the number of disciples nearby decreased. Otherwise, Ning Qi would be stared at by hundreds of pairs of eyes wherever he went. It wasn't a good feeling to be stared at by thousands of pairs of eyes. Ning Beixian, are you going to kill us all? A sorrowful voice suddenly sounded. Ning Qi turned around and saw a cave abode not far away. At the entrance of the cave abode stood Zhao Tong and the disciples that the Xianjian sect had arranged for him to sweep the floor. Zhao Tong's eyes were filled with grief and anger, while the disciples around him looked at Ning Qi in fear. They felt a little sad in their hearts. Why did they have to be arranged for Zhao Tong? They were very clear about the grudge between Zhao Tong and Ning Qi. During this period of time, Zhao Tong would often get drunk. After that, he would curse loudly. Chapter 2674. Passing by? Why would you pass by here? Don't lie to me. If you want to kill me, then do it now. But remember, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Zhao Tong was startled at first, but then he reacted. What kind of joke was this? After his cultivation was crippled, his cave had already been moved to an extremely remote place on the main peak. Although he still had the title of a successor disciple, other than the monthly cultivation resources that belonged to a successor disciple, what else was there left? Who had ever seen a successor disciple's cave with only a dozen or so disciples in charge of chores? When the disciple who was sweeping the floor saw Ning Qi and Li Xian walking over, he immediately sent a message to him. When Zhao Tong found out, he was sure that Ning Qi was here for revenge. When Ning Qi was going through his tribulation, he said arrogantly that he would let Ning Qi be struck to death by the lightning tribulation. There were many Xianjian sect disciples who heard this, and in his opinion, it must have already reached Ning Qi's ears. However, Zhao Tong did not expect that although there were many disciples who heard this, which disciple had the qualifications to talk to Ning Qi directly. Even if they were lucky enough to meet Ning Qi, they would at most greet him. How could they gossip behind his back? This was a guilty conscience. In this period of time, Zhao Tong was either sleeping or drinking. He wanted to use wine to numb himself and forget the fear that Ning Qi would find him every day. What is Senior Brother Zhao doing? The group of disciples behind Zhao Tong looked at each other with ugly expressions. Senior Brother Ning had already said that he was just passing by, but Senior Brother Zhao still did not let go. If they angered Senior Brother Ning, what would happen if they, as innocent disciples, were implicated? Bei Xian, does this guy have that kind of illness? Li Xian glanced at Zhao Tong with a solemn expression. If even immortals could become mentally ill, then she would have to be more vigilant when she traveled the celestial world in the future, in case she suddenly encountered a few crazy immortals. At that time, she would be the one at a disadvantage. No, I think he's afraid, Ning Qi said with a smile that was not a smile. After pausing for a moment, Ning Qi looked at Zhao Tong and smiled. Junior Brother Zhao, I went to the ancient heavenly court immortal domain some time ago. Zhao Tong was startled. Why was Ning Qi telling him this? Guess where I went? Ning Qi continued to smile. Zhao Tong was slightly startled. Where did you go? The 9-Sect Alliance's arena. Ning Qi smiled. The 9-Sect Alliance's gladiatorial arena? What is that place? Not only were the disciples behind Zhao Tong puzzled, but even Li Xian's eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. When Zhao Tong heard these words, his face turned extremely pale, and a trace of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. It's been so many years, but Jiu Yu and the others are still alive. However, I've already annihilated the 9-Sect Alliances, so there's no more 9-Sect Alliance's gladiatorial arena. They're all free now. Ning Qi laughed. Jiu Yu. I'm free now. Zhao Tong was immersed in his memories. Scenes flashed before his eyes. He remembered that when Ning Qi was thrown into their cell, Jiu Yu had been looking for trouble with Ning Qi. It was Zhao Tong who had stepped forward to protect Ning Qi. Not long after that, his protection was reciprocated. He was able to leave the 9-Sect Alliance's gladiatorial arena with Wenxing and Wenqing. After that, they went to the vast star of the heavenly ancient celestial realm. They discovered that the One clan had been annihilated, and they were intercepted by the Wu clan. Ning Qi unleashed his might and scared away that heavenly immortal from the Wu clan. After that, they came to the Mystic Sword sect. It was also from that day onwards that Zhao Tong's life changed. The Mystic Sword tablet determined that Ning Qi only had a weak white light aptitude, but he had a brilliant gold aptitude. At that time, he thought that since his position in the Mystic Sword sect was high, he had to take care of Ning Qi. However, everything that happened after that did not go according to his plan. Things seemed to have deviated a lot. At least, it had deviated from his original intention. Junior Brother Zhao, I have a message for you. Ning Qi smiled. And Senior Brother Ning, please speak. Zhao Tong's face was pale, and his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. This time, it was not because of fear, but because he realized that he could not recognize himself anymore. Back then, because of his short stature and large head, he was not welcomed since he was born. However, in that kind of harsh environment, he was able to maintain a good attitude. Not only was he not affected by the environment, he even struggled to break through to the early stage of the human immortal realm. Although he felt a little inferior, it did not affect him too much. However, when he changed to an environment that was countless times better than before, he could not maintain that attitude. He began to be vain and impatient, and began to, don't forget your original intention, and you'll get to the end. After saying that, Ning Qi turned around and left with Li Xian. Don't forget your original intention, and you'll get to the end. Don't forget your original intention, and you'll get to the end, Zhao Tong mumbled to himself. His eyes had already lost focus, and tears kept falling from his eyes. Seeing this, the disciple sweeping the floor beside him revealed a look of horror. Why was he crying? He hurriedly asked, Senior Brother Zhao, are you all right? Zhao Tong laughed. He did not even wipe the tears off his face, and cupped his hands towards the group of disciples beside him. "Fellow senior brothers, I have scolded you a lot during this period of time. I hope that fellow senior brothers will not take it to heart." With that, Zhao Tong bowed to the ground in front of the group of disciples who were sweeping the floor, and then bowed to the ground in the direction that Ning Qi had left in, and then flew out of the Xianjian sect. What's going on?" After a long while, a disciple who was sweeping the floor said with a stunned expression, unable to make heads or tails of what was going on. Normally, Zhao Tong's temper was extremely strange, and they would be scolded every 2 or 3 days. They had long since gotten used to it, but now, Zhao Tong actually admitted his wrongs to them? And he even called them senior brothers? There must be something wrong with this abnormal situation. The rest of the people looked at each other, and one of them said in a low voice, "I think it was senior brother Ning who scolded senior brother Zhao awake. As far as I know, senior brother Ning and senior brother Zhao had an extremely close relationship, but later on, because of his aptitude, he became a sweeping disciple, and senior brother Zhao was accepted as a direct disciple by the profound sword ancestor. After that, the relationship between the two of them was no longer as close as before. Sometimes, when a person suddenly stands too high, it is very easy for them to lose themselves. Today, senior brother Zhao has an epiphany, right?" "Epiphany? Oh, tomorrow is the grand ceremony." Senior brother Zhao suddenly left. "Should we inform the elders?" "Then, let's go together." "I thought that with your temper, you would have killed him with one strike." Li Xian and Ning Qi walked to the peak of a certain branch of the main peak. After a few breaths of silence, Li Xian smiled as she looked at the side of Ning Qi's face and said, "It's not like he made a move against me, nor did he pose any threat to me. Why should I kill him? If we were to kill and kill along the way, how many acquaintances would be left when we turn around? Don't forget, if nothing unexpected happens, you and I will live for a very, very long time." Ning Qi laughed. Hearing this, Li Xian seemed to have thought of something and did not speak anymore. The two of them stood on the mountain peak just like that, all the way until the sun rose on the second day. Chapter 2675. Main Peak, Heaven Prayer Platform. This was a place that the Xianjian sect could only enter when they encountered a major event, and no outsiders could be present, so right now, the leaders of the various sects were all sitting peacefully in the Great Hall. Only the disciples of the Xianjian sect were gathered around the Heaven Prayer Platform, led by each peak master, standing neatly. Old Ancestor Qi Yao was the only one standing on the Heaven Prayer Platform. In front of him was a bronze cauldron with 3 arm-thick incense sticks. A wisp of green smoke rose up, and when everyone smelled this fragrance, all of them felt their minds become tranquil, and their bodies and minds became extremely comfortable. Ever since the Mystic Sword sect was established, it has been more than 13 generations, and there has only been one sect master, Fang Xianjian. Now, according to his instructions, the position of the second sect master will be handed over to Missing Moon Peak's Yingzhenxuan. Old Ancestor Qi Yao spoke slowly, his voice resounding throughout the entire Xianjian sect. So the ancestor's surname is Fang. Many of the Xianjian sect disciples revealed a look of understanding. Only now did they know what the real name of the Xianjian ancestor was. At the same time, Yingzhenxuan walked slowly towards the Heaven Prayer Platform accompanied by Ziyi and the others. She wore a white robe without any patterns on it. There was only a symbol on her collar that was exactly the same as the one on the Xian sword steel. When the crowd saw this, they could not help but hold their breath. They were both nervous and excited. After Yingzhenxuan ascended the Heaven Prayer Platform, the hundreds of thousands of immortals of the Xianjian sect all looked at her. She was a little nervous at first, but when she saw Ning Qi smiling at her, the nervousness in her heart gradually dissipated. Yingzhenxuan walked in front of old Ancestor Qi Yao and performed some necessary rituals with him. Thereafter, old ancestor Qi Yao handed a token to Ingzhinshuan. When the various peak masters saw this order badge, their expressions could not help but become more solemn. This was the order badge that the mysterious sword old man held in his hands back then. It was called the Sect Master Token. With it in his hands, he could activate all kinds of array formations in the Xianjian sect, including the strongest sect protecting array. Seeing this order badge, the doubts in many people's hearts immediately dissipated. He believed that old man mysterious sword must have left some instructions for him. Otherwise, how could old ancestor Qi Yao obtain his token? The moment Ingzhinshuan received the order badge, she had already become the second sect master of the Xianjian sect. Greetings, sect leader. Everyone bowed in unison, including Ning Qi. Everyone please rise. Ingzhinshuan held onto the order badge and looked at the hundreds of thousands of Xianjian sect immortals in front of her. It was a little unreal. She had become the sect leader of the Xianjian sect just like that? Alright, let's go to the Patriarch's main hall. No matter what, we have to greet those guests. After all, they have come from afar. Old ancestor Qi Yao smiled. When they arrived at the sect master hall, Ingzhinshuan sat on the main seat while old ancestor Qi Yao sat on the left. As for the seat on the right, it was supposed to be empty. But now it was Ning Qi's seat. The vast sect master hall was filled with Grand Luo who had come to offer their congratulations, as well as the golden immortal elders and heavenly immortal prodigies they had brought with them. Both Nangong and Murong were in charge of receiving the Grand Luo's congratulatory gifts, and they would shout out loud every time they received one. With a Grand Luo acting, the gifts would certainly not be light. This time, Qi Yao had invited almost every Grand Luo in the homeworld's 10 provinces, which was why the various elders of the Mystic Sword sect were both shocked and delighted when the gifts were piled up one after another. The gifts alone were enough to keep the Mystic Sword sect for 100 years. They did not have to worry about cultivation resources. Ning Qi looked on with a chuckle. Every Grand Luo would exchange a smile with him after they delivered their gifts and nod as a form of greeting. This grand ceremony can be considered a success. The peak lords of the Mystic Sword sect looked at each other and saw the hint of a smile in each other's eyes. Only a few of them were dissatisfied with Ingzhinshuan taking the position of sect master. With Ning Beixian here, who would dare to cause trouble today? Don't forget that the Yuqing sect had sent Elder Pei here himself. Boom! Just as the peak lords were conversing privately, a loud rumble came from outside the Mystic Sword sect. At that moment, the hundreds of thousands of immortals in the Mystic Sword sect felt their hair stand on end, their eyes filled with rage. Who would dare to cause trouble in the Mystic Sword sect today? What's going on? Old ancestor Stone River and the other Grand Luo looked at each other, their expressions becoming rather odd as they subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. Ingzhinshuan's expression became rather ugly as well. Hee, I didn't expect someone to be so blind. The corner of old ancestor Qi Yao's lips curled up slightly as a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He smiled at Ning Qi and said, Beixian, don't be in a hurry to make a move this time. Let me deal with him. With that, old ancestor Qi Yao strode out of the hall. Let's go take a look as well. Ning Qi smiled at Ingzhinshuan. Ingzhinshuan was rather annoyed, but she nodded and followed Ning Qi out of the hall with Li Xian. There really are people who aren't afraid of death. Haha! Elder Pei let out a long laugh. As soon as he moved, the prodigies of the Yuqing sect who came this time naturally followed by old ancestor Stone River, Emperor of Yingzhou, and other old ancestor-level existences. I thought today would be a little boring, but now there's a good show to watch. I wonder which hero is so bold as to cause trouble in the Mystic Sword sect. I really want to see for myself. Hao Shui said excitedly and quickly ran out of the hall, afraid that old ancestor Qi Yao's methods would be too fast and there wouldn't be any show to watch. Hee! You guys run. Keep running. An immortal in a red robe with a sinister expression was laughing sinisterly at the people below. Around him stood countless mystic sword sect disciples with solemn expressions. They thought that someone had come to the mystic sword sect to cause trouble, but from the looks of it, it seemed that the other party had accidentally entered the mystic sword sect during the battle. Thinking of this, they glanced down. There was a strange-looking thing stabbed into the ground. There were scars everywhere, and some places were even emitting sparks. What are you looking at? Scram further away from this old ancestor. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless and sending all of you on your way. The red-robed immortal suddenly shouted at the surrounding mystic sword sect disciples, his tone filled with disdain. I wonder how I should address you, senior? This is the Ingzhou mystic sword sect. It's not good for you to barge into my mystic sword sect without permission and speak rudely, right? Yi Tian said with a frown. He happened to be delayed by something and was about to rush to the main peak when he heard a loud noise. That was why he was able to rush here immediately. As for the red-robed immortal's cultivation, he could tell that he was a great Luo golden immortal. However, Yi Tian was not very afraid. Let alone today's grand ceremony, the mystic sword sect had gathered 60 to 70 great Luo. Even without them, with Ning Qi around, there was really no one in the ancestral star who could threaten the mystic sword sect. I don't care if you're a mystic sword sect or not, don't stop me. Chapter 2676. Ning Beixian, Ning Beixian, Ning Beixian. The loudspeaker on the Nuwa was suddenly turned on, repeating these 3 words over and over again. The sound was like a great bell, spreading in all directions. Ning Beixian? Yi Tian was slightly taken aback. Without any time to think, he stood in front of the red-robed immortal and yelled, Senior, please wait. Our sect also has a grand Luo patriarch. Senior, if you don't stop, don't even think about leaving today. Regardless of what the strange object had to do with Ning Qi, Yi Tian had to stop this grand Luo, no matter what, since the other party had called out Ning Qi's name. Ning Beixian? The one who ranked first on the Earth Immortal ranking back then? Actually, there was no need for Yi Tian to stop him. The red-robed immortal had already stopped after hearing Nuwa's broadcast, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. After a few breaths of time, everyone had already rushed to the direction of the loud noise, only to see countless Xianjian sect disciples facing off against a red-robed immortal, and below them, there was a strange-looking object that was stabbed into the ground. Everyone looked at each other, knowing that the loud noise just now should be this. It was something smashed out. But why would this object be calling out Ning Qi's name? Everyone had a strange expression. Oh no! Why are there so many Grand Luo here? The red-robed immortal revealed a look of fear, looking at old ancestor Qi Yao and the others in disbelief. Old ancestor Qi Yao and the others were also sizing him up. Unlike Yi Tian, old ancestor Qi Yao and the others could immediately tell that the red-robed immortal was a mid-stage Grand Luo golden immortal, and his aura was much thicker than Bai Xingxue and Li Si's. So it's just this kind of mediocre Grand Luo. The red-robed immortal immediately had a plan in mind. His expression relaxed, and he said calmly, I was chasing something and accidentally came to your place. I have no other intentions. I'll leave immediately after taking it. At this moment, the Nuwa ship was still broadcasting Ning Qi's name on loop. Old ancestor Qi Yao had originally planned to make a move. However, seeing that the other party was stronger than him, and that the thing that the other party was chasing was shouting Ning Qi's name, he immediately turned to look at Ning Qi together with everyone else. Isn't that the special ferry boat that Big Brother told me about? Sister-in-law is here? Ingzhen Xuan looked at Nuwa in shock. Spaceship? Li Xin was born on Earth, so she naturally understood what the Nuwa spacecraft was. It was a strange object in the eyes of others, but in her eyes, it was no different from the interstellar spaceships in the movies. She was sure that the person sitting on it must be someone who had a very close relationship with Ning Qi. It must have been done by Ning Qi. That was when the Grand Luo suddenly parted. The red-robed immortal frowned when he saw that. Could there be someone more powerful here? There was a strange look in his eyes when he saw Ning Qi. Why did an early-stage golden immortal seem to have a higher status than all the Grand Luo present? When Yi Tian saw Ning Qi, he heaved a deep sigh of relief. Ning Qi landed in front of the Nuwa and scanned the ship with his divine will. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although the sacred concubine and the others looked a little tired, they were all fine. However, the damage done to the Nuwa was rather serious. When the red-robed immortal saw Ning Qi suddenly land in front of the Nuwa, he tensed up and roared, "How dare you, you brat!" Before the red-robed immortal could do anything, Ning Qi swung his sword without looking back. The red-robed immortal's voice came to an abrupt halt as he stared at his right arm in disbelief. His right arm had been separated from his body and was falling to the ground. "What's going on?" The red-robed immortal was both shocked and enraged. There was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi was clearly an early-stage golden immortal, so how could he have severed his arm with a casual swing of his sword? The Grand Luo present could not help but sigh inwardly when they saw that. Even a mid-stage golden immortal could sever his arm with a single swing of his sword. That sword technique was almost godly. Most importantly, Ning Qi was only an early-stage golden immortal. How terrifying would his combat ability be once he attained Dao Fruit and became a Grand Luo in the future? "Shut up. Don't move and don't move. Otherwise your head will be next," Ning Qi said calmly. He did not even turn around to look at the red-robed immortal. When the red-robed immortal heard that, he was just about to flare up when he froze on the spot, his expression fluctuating. "Stop shouting, Nuwa," Ning Qi said helplessly. The broadcast immediately stopped. In the next moment, a faint shadow materialized in front of Ning Qi. Nuwa was hugging Ning Qi's thigh excitedly. "Master, we finally found you. If you were any later, we would have been killed by that stalker." "Stalker?" The red-robed immortal flew into a rage. He was about to speak when he met Ning Qi's gaze. For some reason, he subconsciously swallowed his words. "What's going on? Why am I afraid of an early-stage golden immortal? No, it's his sword technique that's strange. I'm not afraid, I'm just being cautious. Wait. He can actually command this connate spiritual treasure's artifact spirit?" The red-robed deity looked at Ning Qi with a hint of shock in his eyes. Recalling the name that Nuwa had just announced, the red-robed deity had a guess. Could this connate spiritual treasure belong to Ning Beixian? Master? Could that be senior brother Ning's demonic pet? Everyone looked at Nuwa. They had seen the little gourd last time, and now they saw Nuwa again. They had made a strange discovery. Senior brother Ning seems to like kids a lot. The gourd spirit is a boy and this is a girl. I wonder what kind of spirit it is. All right, I'll deal with that guy later. Open the door. Ning Qi smiled. Upon hearing this, Goddess Nvaiwa nodded. The cabin door of the Goddess Nvaiwa slowly opened. The Goddess Nvaiwa was very tall, and the cabin door was also very large. When the cabin door slowly opened, Ning Qi, who was rarely excited, could not help but reveal a trace of excitement in his eyes. The cabin door slowly rose. When it was opened to a certain degree, the immortals present immediately saw the situation inside. They saw the sacred concubine and the others standing quietly in front of the cabin door with a hint of determination on their faces. But when they saw Ning Qi and Nuwa standing together at the door, they were overjoyed. Ning Qi's gaze fell on the sacred concubine first. Ning Qi's gaze first fell on the saint concubine, and he nodded with a smile. Soon, many familiar faces entered his vision, and when he saw Li Macho, he was a bit surprised. Finally, Ning Qi's gaze fell on the saint concubine again, and this time, he saw that she was he saw a small head looking at him curiously. At this time, Ning Qi moved, step by step, toward the sacred concubine. The sacred concubine also walked toward Ning Qi. Dongfang Haojie and the others followed behind her excitedly. Husband! The sacred concubine bowed, a happy smile on her face. Chapter 26:77. It really is sister-in-law. Jinxuan suddenly felt a little disappointed, but she immediately revealed a happy smile. She had wanted to meet the sacred concubine for a long time. However, Jinxuan reacted quickly and looked at Li Xian. She saw that Li Xian's expression was complicated. Seeing this, Jinxuan sighed in her heart. Is that senior brother Ning's wife? When Elder Ing returned to the missing moon peak, he wanted to betroth the sect master to senior brother Ning, but senior brother Ning already had a wife and rejected him. I didn't expect that what senior brother Ning said was true. Those people behind should be senior brother Ning's family, right? It seems that senior brother Ning's family is really big. There are quite a lot of people, including the disciples of the mystic sword sect. The geniuses of the various sects all looked at the sacred concubine and the others, while Dongfang Haojie and the others were also looking at everything in front of them. Are they all immortals? Duan Yingjun and Duan Feifei held hands, their faces filled with shock. Wang Lin, his wife, Senior Snake, and the other upper echelons were the same as Duan Yingjun. Although their expressions did not change, they were extremely shocked in their hearts. Before this, they had been on their way and had never stopped to rest. Now that they had truly set foot on the land of the celestial realm, they saw hundreds of thousands of immortals. The shock in their hearts could not be suppressed no matter what. Little Yurzhua Ling or Niu Dezhuang, Luo Tianhua, De Guzi, and the others would have rushed in front of Ning Qi if they were not afraid of disturbing the sacred concubine and Ning Qi's reunion. Their cultivation doesn't seem to be very high. That's normal. When Ning Beixian first came to the mystic sword sect, he was only at the early stage of human immortal. The Zenith Luo present looked at each other and communicated privately. Haotian, call me father. Saint Consort Cold Sky suddenly smiled and pulled Ning Haotian out from behind her. Father? Why was there a child? This was even more shocking than knowing that Ning Qi's wife had come to the mystic sword sect. Many disciples of the mystic sword sect were dumbfounded. Immortals usually married and had children very late, and many immortals would not even have children. For example, Old Man Mysterious Sword. They did not expect Ning Qi to have a child at such a young age. They already have children. Li Xian could not help but sigh. Ning Haotian looked at Ning Qi in a daze. Suddenly, she jumped up and punched Ning Qi in the chest. However, she found that she could not move Ning Qi at all. She was stunned. Ning Qi laughed and held Ning Haotian in his arms without moving. He looked down at her and said with a smile, "My dear daughter, why did you attack me as soon as you saw me? You are indeed my daughter. You have a bright future ahead of you." When Duan Yingjun and the others heard this, black lines appeared on their foreheads. Have a future? They had been tortured by Ning Haotian for a long period of time. Most importantly, they couldn't defeat him. Even if they could defeat him, they couldn't bear to. That was a little ancestor. A bright future? Ning Haotian's eyes lit up. She had been a little resistant to Ning Qi, but after hearing Ning Qi's praise, she immediately said in a childish voice, "Do you really have a bright future?" Handsome uncle and the others all said that I'm a troublemaker. Of course there's a future. Ning Qi laughed. Then you must be my father. Mother, we finally found our father. Ning Haotian turned to the saint concubine and said excitedly, "This girl, she's just so naughty." The saint concubine said helplessly, "She's a child, so it doesn't matter if she's naughty. When I was young, I might have been even naughtier than her." Ning Qi said with a smile. He couldn't bear to let go of Ning Haotian. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her, and the smile on his face was extremely bright. When the immortals of the Xianjian sect saw this scene, their expressions became very strange. In their eyes, although Ningqi often smiled, it was always a smile, a faint smile, and when he smiled, it was very likely that someone would suffer. This was the first time they had seen a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Don't spoil her too much. The saint concubine shook her head with a smile. Then, she looked around and her gaze landed on the red-robed immortal. Beixian, not long after we entered the celestial world, this person has been chasing behind us, wanting to take the Nuwa ship for himself. That's right. Duan Ingjun and the others immediately nodded in agreement and looked at the red-robed immortal angrily. When the red-robed immortal heard this, his lips moved, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He only stared at Ning Qi with incomparable fear. As for old ancestor Qi Yao and the others, he didn't care too much about them. Then let's get rid of him first, Ning Qi said with a smile. Daddy, do you want to kill this bad guy? Would Daddy be able to beat him? Do you need Haotian's help? Sister Nuwa said that even Aunt Macho only has a 0 chance of winning against this bad guy. Ning Haotian looked at Ning Qi innocently. Not far away, Li Macho's face twitched. She glanced at Ning Haotian and then let out a cold snort without saying anything. However, she heard some information from Ning Qi's words. It seemed that from Ning Qi's words, this Daluo Golden Immortal could be killed at will? Dongfang Haojie and the others also noticed this. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Their eyes immediately revealed a trace of anticipation. 0? Daddy is different. Daddy has a 100% chance of winning against him, Ningqi said with a smile. Ning Haotian was stunned for a moment. Then, a trace of suspicion appeared in his eyes. You are Ning Beixian? The first on the Earth Immortal ranking? Seeing that Ning Qi was about to make a move, the red-robed immortal could no longer be passive. I'm talking to my daughter. Why are you interrupting? Ning Qi said without turning his head. The red-robed immortal was enraged. However, he was still afraid of Ning Qi's sword. Therefore, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said calmly, I know who you are. Ning Qi looked at the red-robed immortal with Ning Haotian in his arms. The bright smile from before had disappeared. That's the smile. Many immortals present exclaimed in their hearts. This was the Ning Beixian they knew. Oh? You know who I am? A trace of joy flashed in the red-robed immortal's eyes. Since Ning Qi knew who he was, things would be easy. At the moment, he could not see through Ning Qi's means. He could only choose to compromise for now and by some time. It would not be too late to make a move after he figured out why Ning Qi cut off his arm. Even now, he had no intention of giving up on the idea of taking the Nuwa for himself. You are a dead man, Ning Qi said in an extremely serious tone. A dead man? The red-robed immortal was slightly stunned. In the next moment, he felt a flash of sword light in front of him, and a chill ran down his spine. He touched his forehead with his hand in disbelief. His hand was covered in blood. Chapter 2678. Even though they had witnessed Ning Qi's abilities, the Grand Luo and the immortals below were still astonished to see Ning Qi kill the red-robed immortal with a single strike. The immortals below the Grand Luo level admired and envied Ning Qi. As for the Grand Luo, they felt a chill down their spines and a little fear in their hearts. After all, as Grand Luo, they knew how difficult it was to kill a Grand Luo with a single strike. It just so happened that Ning Qi was able to do it, and he'd done it in such a casual and unremarkable manner. In this way, when they faced Ning Qi, they couldn't help but imagine what the outcome would be if Ning Qi's sword was swung towards them. They would have died. He's dead, just like that? The people of Mount Innerheart looked at the scene in disbelief as waves of shock surged in their hearts. They had learned about the cultivation realms in the immortal world from Ning Qi's message. According to Nviwa's analysis, the red-robed immortal was at least a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. This cultivation realm was considered very high in the immortal world, and Ningqi had only been in the immortal world for such a short period of time. Yet, he was able to kill a Grand Luo within such a short period of time. Such a cultivation speed was a little too terrifying. Ning Haotian's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at Ningqi with a hint of admiration. "All hail, boss!" Duan Ingjun suddenly roared. "All hail, sect master! All hail, North Mystic Immortal Emperor! All hail, young master!" All sorts of titles were uttered from the people of Mount Innerheart in an instant. The immortals present looked at Ningqi even more strangely. Why does this kid have so many identities behind him? Sect Master and North Mystic Immortal Emperor? Just where did he come from? Patriarch Qi Yao's curiosity was like a cat scratching at his heart. Young Master, Little Yuer and Zhuo Ling each hugged Ningqi's arm intimately. Could these two be senior brother Ning's wives as well? Many immortals were already paying attention to Little Yuer and Zhuo Ling. Even they could not help but feel a little overwhelmed by the seductive aura emanating from the two ladies. Many of the younger geniuses already had looks of admiration in their eyes. It was a sign of love at first sight. However, when they saw how intimate the two ladies were with Ningqi, they felt as if their hearts were stabbed by a knife. It was the pain of a broken heart. "Big brother, this is..." Ingzhen was taken aback. She turned to look at Li Xian, only to see a faint smile on Li Xian's face. Her eyes were filled with confidence. "Little Ning, aren't you going to introduce us?" With a flash, old ancestor Qi Yao appeared in front of Ningqi. Seeing that, Ingzhen also pulled Li Xian and flew in front of Ningqi. The various patriarchs and the upper echelons of the Xianjian sect all followed suit. "Daddy, who are they?" Ning Haotian seemed a little shy. He placed half of his head on Ningqi's chest and secretly looked at old ancestor Qi Yao and the others. Smiling, Ningqi pulled Saint Concubine Cold Sky over and said to everyone, "Everyone, this is my wife, Fang Lingming, and my daughter, Ning Haotian." Pausing for a moment, Ningqi smiled at Sacred Concubine Cold Sky and the others. "This is old ancestor Qi Yao, old ancestor Shi He, Ingzhou Emperor, Elder Pei." After introducing them one by one, Ningqi smiled and said, "These are all Grand Luo patriarchs. Remember them well when you're on the homeworld, and if you run into any danger, ask for their help." "Ha! All right. Old ancestor Shi He laughed heartily. Being close to Ningqi in the first place, he naturally agreed to it. As for the other Grand Luo, they too smiled and nodded. If they did not grasp this rare chance to get closer to Ningqi, there was no telling when they would have to wait for the next chance. All of them are Grand Luo patriarchs? The eyes of Dongfang Haojie and the others changed slightly as they looked at old ancestor Qi Yao and the others. This place seems to have a lot of experts. Li Macho's eyes showed a hint of fighting spirit. Seemingly sensing it, Hu Qingzi hurriedly transmitted, "Master, these are all Grand Luo. So what? One day, I will become a Grand Luo as well." Li Macho frowned. Hu Qingzi smiled awkwardly and said, Of course. Inwardly, he pouted. Was becoming a Grand Luo that easy? All these years, Li Macho had consumed countless medicinal pills that Ningqi had sent back, but she had only advanced from early-stage human immortal to full-fledged human immortal brother. Ingzhen looked expectantly at Ningqi. When everyone heard how she addressed Ningqi, their gazes changed slightly. Little Yurzwa Ling or Niu Dezhuang, Wang Lin and his wife, all looked at Ingzhen curiously. "Come, Zhenxuan, let me introduce you." Ningqi smiled and waved at the sacred concubine. "This is my sworn sister, Ingzhen. She's the sect master of the Mystic Sword Sect." Sect master of the Mystic Sword Sect? Isn't Boss a disciple of the Mystic Sword Sect? Doesn't that mean she's Boss's direct superior? Duan Ingjun and the others were stunned. When they looked at Ing Zhenxuan again, their gazes were different. Zhenxuan greets sister-in-law. Ing Zhenxuan looked at the sacred concubine nervously. Although she could see that the sacred concubine's cultivation was far from hers, for some reason, when she saw the faint smile on the sacred concubine's face, which was extremely similar to Ning Qi's, she felt her heart pounding as if she was facing a supreme expert. The sacred concubine smiled at Ing Zhenxuan and nodded. No need to be so polite. Since you're Beishuan's sworn sister, we'll be a family from now on. When Ing Zhenxuan heard this, a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. She found that this sister-in-law seemed to be very easy to talk to. Ling Ming, this is Li Xian. She's from Earth. Ning Qi suddenly said to the sacred concubine. Li Xian smiled and looked at the sacred concubine. Sister, we've met on Earth. Met? Ning Qi was stunned. He couldn't remember. The sacred concubine smiled and nodded. Indeed, we've met. Your memory is better than Beishuan's. She looked at Li Xian up and down. Now that your cultivation is higher than mine, you're no longer a mortal. When are you going to marry Beishian? Ning Qi wasn't the only one who was stunned. Everyone present was a little stunned when they heard this. Fang Shu and Fang Qin showed a trace of anxiety on their faces, as if they wanted to speak but did not dare to. Sister, what do you mean? The smile on Li Xian's face gradually disappeared. Haotian, this is your little mother. Greet her. The sacred concubine smiled at Ning Haotian. Little mother. Ning Haotian said in a childish voice. You're already Beishuan's woman on Earth, so you can only be Beishuan's woman in the future. Chapter 2679. Earth? Sure. The sage concubine nodded with a smile. The two women had settled the matter with just a few words, while Ning Qi could only stand at the side helplessly. Can't you at least ask me? Ning Qi smiled bitterly as he hugged Ning Haotian. Big sister can make the decision. Why would I need to ask you? Coward. Li Xian smiled. Congratulations, little Ning. Patriarch Qi Yao immediately laughed out loud when he saw that. Let's not stand here and head to the main peak. Just as Ning Qi was about to nod in agreement, his expression twitched and he turned to look into the distance. Everyone followed Ning Qi's gaze when they saw that, and all the Grand Luo present gasped in slight disbelief. There, a green-robed elder was walking through the air, appearing in the blink of an eye. And now, in front of everyone, welcome, Senior. Patriarch Qi Yao and the others looked extremely solemn as they exchanged glances and bowed to the green-robed elder. Ever since the green-robed elder killed Jiang Feng with a single strike, they knew that the strongest expert of the homeworld was no longer the Jade-Clear Patriarch, but this old man. As for the old man's origins, they had privately discussed it and even looked through many ancient texts, but ultimately came to no conclusion. It could only mean that the old man had been living on the homeworld for a very long time, just that he rarely showed himself. Didn't I tell you to leave the homeworld as soon as possible? The green-robed elder looked at Ning Qi indifferently. The sage concubine and the others showed a hint of solemnity in their eyes when they heard that, knowing that the green-robed elder had probably come with ill intentions. I left and now I'm back. Ning Qi smiled. The green-robed elder looked at Ning Qi indifferently, before turning his gaze to Ning Haotian and asking, Is that your daughter? That's right. Haotian, aren't you going to call me Senior? Ning Qi lowered his head and smiled. Haotian greets Senior. Although Ning Haotian was mischievous, he could sense the dignified aura from the green-robed elder. Moreover, judging from the attitude of Patriarch Qi Yao and the others, he was certain that the green-robed elder was no ordinary person, and so he greeted him sweetly. Haotian, the green-robed elder smiled. Very well, you shall be my second disciple from now on. You shall cultivate with me from now on. Hiss! Old ancestor Qi Yao and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Initially, they were still a little uneasy about the green-robed old man's intentions, but now they were extremely shocked. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and his brows gradually furrowed. Senior, why don't you take Uncle Ingjun as your disciple? Haotian wants to follow father and mother. And Lil Miss. Ning Haotian said in a childish voice. Li Xian was slightly taken aback. She looked at her with a hint of amusement in her eyes. She's so mischievous. I thought she really didn't know anything. Turns out she's so smart. Duan Ingjun had a helpless expression on his face. Senior, you said that I'm a lackey of the Tiandao clan, so why did you take my daughter as your disciple? Ning Qi looked at the green-robed old man and transmitted his voice. Is there a conflict between the two? I want to take your daughter as my disciple. Even if she doesn't agree, do you think you can stop me? The green-robed elder looked at Ning Qi with a smile in his eyes. I can't stop him. Ning Qi admitted it frankly. If that's the case, then let her be my disciple. From now on, I'll be responsible for their safety on the ancestral planet. As long as I'm here, no one can harm them. You should know that you have many enemies. Back then, when you were sent here by the reincarnation matrix, you shot Jiang Yu into a eunuch with one arrow. Although I'm a little old now, I still remember it clearly. The green-robed elder smiled faintly. When the crowd saw that Ning Qi and the green-robed elder looked at each other without saying a word, they already knew that the two must be communicating through voice transmission. However, they did not know to what extent the two were talking about. He's here to take Haotian as his disciple. I'm afraid the deeper meaning behind it is a little complicated. Ning Qi looked at the green-robed elder, and then at Ning Haotian, his eyes showing a hint of contemplation. However, the green-robed elder's promise moved him. With him watching over them, even if Jiang Yu came in person, he would not be able to touch a hair on the saint concubine and the others. Haotian, do you want to be apprenticed to the senior? Ning Qi smiled. When Dongfang Haojie and the others heard this, they already knew that this green-robed elder was an existence that even Ning Qi did not dare to provoke. Husband? The saint concubine glanced at the green-robed elder, and revealed a look of inquiry towards Ning Qi. It's fine, this senior won't have any ideas about us. It seems that Haotian's talent has indeed attracted him. Ning Qi smiled. When the saint concubine heard this, she told Ning Qi about the process of giving birth to Ning Haotian. When Ning Qi heard that a mysterious woman had appeared, his expression immediately changed. That mysterious woman must be the one he had seen in the Nether River Divine Palace. In this way, his daughter's background was a little strange. It was very likely that she was the reincarnation of some supreme expert. As expected, Ning Qi sighed in his heart. With the green-robed elder's cultivation, even if it was an existence with monstrous talent in the immortal world, it would not enter his eyes. I don't want to leave father and mother. Ning Haotian hurriedly shook his head. Senior, what do you think? Ning Qi looked at the green-robed elder. This Xianjian sect is quite big. Leave me a courtyard, I'll stay here. The green-robed elder said indifferently. When the immortals present heard this, they looked at the green-robed elder in confusion. Then, they reacted, and countless envious gazes fell on the Xianjian sect immortals, while old ancestor Qi Yao's face was filled with surprise. What kind of dog shit luck did this Xianjian sect have? Ever since Ning Beixian came to the Xianjian sect, the luck of the Xianjian sect has been constantly rising. Now even this senior is going to live in the Xianjian sect? Sigh. Old ancestor Sure. He and the other Daluo stared at old ancestor Qi Yao with envy and jealousy. At the same time, a burst of boundless immortal spirit energy suddenly surged out from the ground. In that instant, every corner of the Xianjian sect was enveloped in mist. This mist was produced after the immortal spirit energy reached a certain density. Originally, Only the main peak had such a scene, but now, even the most trashy of them all, the spiritual energy on the mountain peak had increased by 10 to 20 times. The hundreds of thousands of immortals in the Xianjian sect looked at each other in surprise. At the same time, they were shocked by the green-robed elders' cultivation. The other party only planned to live in the Xianjian sect, and the Xianjian sect was bestowed with such luck by the heavenly Tao. Zhenxuan, why aren't you making arrangements for senior? Ning Qi smiled at Ing Zhenxuan. Yes, sir. Ing Zhenxuan hurriedly nodded. Chapter 2680. The next day, Patriarch Stone River and the rest of the Grand Luo stood at the foot of the missing moon peak. Up there, the Wind Cloud Sect's Patriarch looked at them. Together, the Profound Sun Sect's Patriarch stroked his beard. We can't miss such a rare opportunity. Back then, that old senior's whereabouts were elusive. Now that he's finally staying in the Mystic Sword Sect, if we don't go now, when will we? The Star Moon Sect's Patriarch was a little excited. Many Mystic Sword Sect disciples stood in the distance and looked over curiously, including many prodigies from the ancestral star state. Qi Yao, why don't you go up and ask Bei Xian first? The Ing Zhou Emperor said. This, Qi Yao looked hesitant. The patriarchs from the various sects were acting like wives waiting to be married off. Get lost. A loud shout came from the missing moon peak. Qi Yao and the rest looked at each other and immediately scattered. Looks like we won't be able to go up there except for the disciples of the missing moon peak. Many of the Mystic Sword Sect's prodigies looked at each other and sighed. If even these Grand Luo did not dare to go up and were even scolded away, they were even less qualified. On the missing moon peak, the green-robed elder had already taken over the courtyard where Ning Qi used to live. He did not seem to mind even if Ning Qi told him that it used to be a sweeping disciple. At the moment, Ning Qi and the saint concubine stood side by side in the courtyard, while the green-robed elder sat on an armchair. Ning Haotian was kneeling in front of him, holding a teacup in his small hand and speaking to the green-robed elder in a childish voice. Master, please have some tea. All right. The green-robed elder's originally stern expression suddenly curled up as he took the teacup from Ning Haotian's hand and drank it in one gulp. From now on, you must come here every day to study the homework I gave you. You can only return to your parents when I'm satisfied, understand? The green-robed elder said flatly. Is the homework difficult? Ning Haotian rolled his eyes and asked in return. It's difficult for others. The green-robed elder glanced at Ning Qi. It's extremely difficult for someone like your father. After a pause, he smiled at Ning Haotian and said, It's not too difficult for you, but you have to remember one thing. You can't reveal what I teach you. Otherwise, I won't give you any face. Master, can feelings be eaten? What kind of noodles are these? Is it spicy? I can't handle spicy food. Ning Haotian's eyes lit up and he almost drooled. The green-robed old man was silent for several breaths of time, then waved his hand at Ning Qi and the saint concubine. Leave. From now on, no one is allowed to enter this courtyard. Anyone who does will be killed, including you. I don't like to be disturbed. Haotian, be a good boy. Dad and Mom will leave first. The saint concubine smiled at Ning Haotian. All right. Ning Haotian looked at the two of them reluctantly. However, as soon as Ning Qi and the Saintess Cold Sky left the courtyard, she ran over to the green-robed old man, grabbed his robe, and shook it. Master, she said, Father seems to be even stronger than me. Back on Mount Innerheart, I was the strongest. I also want to be the one with the greatest strength. Can you teach me? What's the use of strength? You're not a dual cultivator like your father, are you? The green-robed old man sneered. If Ning Qi heard this, he would definitely be shocked to the point that his teeth would fall off. Dual cultivator? Ning Haotian's eyes showed a hint of doubt. All right, let's not talk about this. What I'm teaching you is swordsmanship. Use your life to cultivate the sword, and use the sword to cultivate your life. Did you see how your father killed a grand luo with a single strike? It's similar to his swordsmanship. Learn it well. The green-robed old man said calmly. Ning Haotian was a little disappointed. She waved her little fist. My mother said that when you can't reason with others, use your fists to reason. The green-robed old man pondered for a moment. The sword can also reason. Senior brother Ning. Senior sister Fang. When Ning Qi and the cold sky saint concubine walked out of the small courtyard, a disciple of the missing moon peak immediately came forward to greet them. That senior said that in the future, other than Haotian, no one is allowed to enter this small courtyard. Go and spread the news, those who enter will be killed without mercy. Even I don't dare to provoke the old senior's temper, so don't let anyone who doesn't open their eyes try to break the law. If something happens, don't come looking for me. Ning Qi instructed. Yes, senior brother Ning. The few disciples of the missing moon peak looked at each other and hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. When Ning Qi and the cold sky saint concubine walked far away, they looked towards the small courtyard in fear. They were afraid that this small courtyard would become a forbidden area of the Xianjian sect. Ling Ming, what you said to Li Xian yesterday. Ning Qi held onto the cold sky saint concubine's hand and suddenly spoke with some hesitation. You've taken her innocence and she's interested in you. What are you afraid of? Could it be that you don't have any feelings for her? If that's the case, then I'll be a bad person for once. The cold sky saint concubine looked at Ning Qi with a smile that was not a smile. Let's go and pay our respects to the elders. Ning Qi chuckled and changed the topic. The holy concubine pursed her lips and smiled, then headed towards the direction of the Peak Lord Hall with Ning Qi. Ing Zhenshuan was now the sect leader of the Mystic Sword sect. Elder Ing seemed to have left the ancestral star, and had not returned for a long time. Now, Ning Qi was temporarily taking over the position of the Peak Lord of the Missing Moon Peak. But Ning Qi refused to do so. When the two of them arrived, Wang Lin and his wife were already sitting in the main hall, chatting excitedly with Ing Zhenshuan, Li Xian, Hao Shui, Bei Xiao, and Bei Meng. Basically, it was the people from Fangtsuan Mountain who asked questions, and Hao Shui answered first. The people from Fangtsuan Mountain knew very little about the celestial realm and the ancestral planet. After asking and answering questions for the entire morning, they finally had some understanding of each other. When the crowd learned of what Ning Qi had done after coming to the ancestral star, they could not help but feel proud. They knew that Ning Qi could shine like a blazing sun even in a place as dangerous as the immortal realm. Big brother. Seeing Ning Qi and Cold Sky Saint Consort walk into the hall, Ing Zhenshuan stood up and greeted them. Yes. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Then, together with Cold Sky Saint Consort, they walked up to Wang Lin and his wife, Old Master Ning and Ning Xiandong. Under the excited gazes of the Wang and Ning family disciples, they all bowed. I've been away from Fangtsuan Mountain all these years. Thank you, elders. Ning Qi smiled. Fei Yuding and Wang Lin smiled as they looked at Ning Qi, their eyes flashing a hint of melancholy. The two of them never thought that their grandson would be able to reach this point. Chapter 2681. Ning Qi was the son of a concubine of the Qin Tang Empire's champion marquis mansion. Step by step, he had climbed to where he was today. It could be said that he was the most aware of the difficulties involved. Now that so many years had passed, the Qin Tang Empire had disappeared in the river of time, but almost all of the Ning Mansion's juniors from that generation had survived to this day. The credit for this all belonged to Ning Qi. Your grandfather is right, Fei Yuding nodded with a smile. Fei Yuding smiled and nodded. With Ning Qi's background, being able to have his current achievements was almost impossible for ordinary people, but Ning Qi had done it. Next, they chatted for the entire afternoon, sharing some of the things they had encountered in the past few years. Ning Qi saw that Li Macho was not saying anything, and Hu Cheng was sitting obediently next to her, holding a small horsetail whisk. He looked like a little Li Macho, and Ning Qi was amused. "Zhu Zi, why aren't you talking? This isn't like you." Ning Qi laughed. When everyone heard this, their eyes suddenly became a little strange, as if they wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Because Li Macho's temperament was incomparably cold, she had very high expectations of Hu Cheng. Usually, when there was nothing to do, he couldn't laugh or make a fuss. At first, Hu Cheng couldn't control himself. He went with Ning Haotian to tease Duan Yingjun, but was caught alive by Li Macho. He sat with Hu Cheng for an entire year. During this time, if Hu Cheng dared to move, laugh, or blink, he would be served by Li Macho's horsetail whisk. "My name is Hu Cheng, not Zhu Zi." Hu Cheng first corrected Ning Qi's slip of the tongue, then copied Li Macho's expression and said lightly, "I don't want to talk now." "Why don't you want to talk?" Ning Qi laughed. Hu Cheng glanced at Li Macho from the corner of his eyes and saw that his honored master was looking at him lightly. He was scared and said seriously, "I just don't want to." "Ah." Duan Yingjun couldn't help but laugh. This time, many of the higher-ups of Fangtsuan Mountain laughed. Dongfang Haojie and his wife glanced at Hu Cheng and smiled at Ning Qi. She is Miss Macho's disciple, so naturally, she has to follow her honored master. Don't embarrass her. Hu Chengzi saw that she was being mocked by so many people. She was originally angry, but seeing Dongfang Haojie and his wife speak up for her, she immediately felt a trace of warmth in the coldness. When Miss Macho isn't around, she laughs so much and talks so much. She and little Hao Tian are known as the two little devils of Mount Heart and Heart. You and Ling weren't this naughty back then. Dongfang Yulua smiled. After so many years, she was no longer as young and inexperienced as she used to be. She now had the aura of a mature woman. Hu Chengzi's face instantly turned pale. He turned his head and looked at Li Macho with a pleading look in his eyes. "Humph!" Li Macho snorted coldly. Although she didn't say anything, Hu Cheng trembled. When Ning Qi saw this, he was delighted once again. However, he still played the good guy this time, and said to Li Macho, "Zhu Zi's personality is just like that. Don't make things difficult for her. Too many distracting thoughts are not good for cultivation." Li Macho said lightly. This was her philosophy. Even if Ning Qi's cultivation level was higher than hers, it was almost impossible for him to correct her philosophy. When Ning Qi saw this, he smiled and changed the topic. "The celestial realm is a holy land for cultivation. You are now at the peak of the human celestial stage. I think it won't take long for you to break through to the Earth celestial stage in the Xianjian sect. If you lack any pills, just let me know." When Li Macho heard this, her attention was indeed diverted by Ning Qi, and a smile appeared on her cold face. Right now, the person with the highest cultivation level in Mount Heart and Heart was Li Macho. Next to her was little Ur and Zhua Ling who were already late-stage human celestial stage. Then it was Wang Lin and his wife, Dongfang Haojie, Shi Lu and Senior Python, who were mid-stage human celestial stage. Most of the others were early-stage human celestial, including Saint Concubine Cold Sky. Even though they had yet to reach the human celestial stage, they were all existences above the seven tribulations creator realm. This was all thanks to Ning Qi using the fifth-order descent technique to send a large number of spirit jade pills back to Mount Heart and Heart a few years ago. Before leaving the ancestral star for the ghost realm, Ning Qi planned to spend some time on alchemy. Other than the thousands of people from Minuscule Mountain, the missing moon peak also had an additional 100,000 girls. In the future, they would definitely be in need of resources. At the same time, in a market about 1,000 miles away from the Xianjian sect, Wu Zhixin and the other two were sitting in a restaurant with ugly expressions. If this news is true, Then as long as Ning Beixian does not leave the Xianjian sect, we will never be able to kill him in our entire lives. If we can't kill him, we won't be able to complete the mission, and if we can't complete the mission, Master will definitely not allow us to leave the ancestral star. Wu Zixin, if it wasn't for you, how could things have come to this? If you had known earlier, you would have stayed in the sect. Wu Zixin laughed as he looked at the two of them. The responsibility cannot be all on me. Who knew that person would live in the Xianjian sect? Did Master reply? The two of them snorted when they saw Wu Zixin's expression. Then, one of them took out a heavenly talisman and looked at it. His expression became extremely ugly. Master replied, "If we can't complete the mission, we won't be able to leave the ancestral star for the rest of our lives. If that's the case, then we have to think of a way to lure Ning Beixian out." Wu Zixin touched his chin and said, Lure him out? You couldn't kill him last time, why would he fall for it again?" One of them curled his lips in disdain. "Everyone has a weakness. If you guys don't help me think of a way, then shut up." Wu Zixin sneered. Seeing this, the two of them snorted again, but this time, they didn't say anything. The people from the profound Azure Mansion should have arrived by now. I heard that the son of the profound Azure Mansion's mansion lord, Li Si, also died in Ning Beixian's hands. Wu Zixin smiled. "You want to join forces with them? That's too big of a commotion. If the old ancestor Yu Qing notices it, we won't even know how we died. I only mentioned it. Who said anything about joining forces with them? Do they have the right to do so?" Wu Zixin sneered. Although Ning Beixian has more enemies than friends on the ancestral star, who doesn't have a few friends? You mean, the two of them looked at each other and understood. But, this method seemed a little despicable. No matter what, they were profound immortals. On the ancestral star, even Grand Luo would have to address them as Old Ancestor. Let's set up a trap. I heard that Ning Beixian is quite loyal. Wu Zixin smiled. What if it's not Ning Beixian, but the Old Ancestor Yu Qing? Don't let it turn into a trap. The two of them frowned. Chapter 2682. Wu Zixin, stop keeping us in suspense. If you have any plans, tell us as soon as possible. The two of us will see if it's feasible. That's right. You guys should know that Ning Beixian once turned into a mortal somewhere, right? Wu Zixin smiled. This kid already knows how to turn into a mortal at such a young age. He is indeed quite powerful, but what does this have to do with your plan? Nonsense again. What's the hurry? I'm not done yet. Wu Zixin smiled and said, to turn into a mortal, one must blend in with the mortals. I've already asked around and found out that this kid has a few close friends in Bluestone Town. Furthermore, this kid has an extraordinary relationship with Bluestone Town. When the second god's tomb opened, he specially led the people of Bluestone Town to hide in a huge city. In the city, if something happens to Bluestone Town, do you think he will make a trip there? Hearing this, the two of them revealed a look of contemplation. After a while, they had to admit that this plan was indeed useful, but they still needed to consider one more situation. If he is suspicious and asks Old Ancestor Yu Qing to investigate. Old Ancestor Yu Qing is a Xian immortal and Ning Beixian's master. Why would he go to such a place? As long as we wait for another 10 years or so before we start to make a move, I think that Brat's vigilance should be lowered a little. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must try. Otherwise, we will be trapped here for the rest of our lives. You are willing to accept this, but I am not. In 10 years. Alright. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. The two of them looked at each other and finally nodded in agreement. After Ing Zhenxuan became the sect leader of the Xianjian sect, the treasury of the Xianjian sect naturally belonged to her. There were still a lot of spirit materials that Ning Qi needed to concoct pills in the treasury. After all, with the speed of the Xianjian sect's pill concoction, it was impossible for them to consume the spirit materials that the Xianjian sect had accumulated over the years. Ning Qi no longer needed to go to various places to purchase spirit materials. He could directly take them from the treasury and return them with pills of the same value as the spirit materials. However, there was one thing that gave Ing Zhenxuan a headache. The majority of the cultivation resources of the Xianjian sect were in the hands of Old Man Mysterious Sword, but this time, other than bringing back the sect master's token, Old Ancestor Qi Yao did not obtain any of the cultivation resources. The various resources stored in the treasury were only enough for the Xianjian sect to operate for 5 years. Although the Xianjian sect would send a large amount of resources to the treasury every month, 5 years of storage was too little, causing Ing Zemprofound to feel a sense of danger. Fortunately, after the old man in green stayed, the immortal spirit energy of the Xianjian sect had increased by countless times. In addition to the congratulatory gifts from the various sect masters, they were able to hold on for a period of time. As for Ing Zemprofound, he had to think of a way to use this period of time to expand the treasury. The days that followed were calmer. The timing of the great providence that the sovereign of the mystic sect had mentioned had long since passed, and the third god's grave was nowhere to be found. Many Grand Luo speculated that the providence was in the second god's grave, or that it had already been claimed by someone else. After that, the ancestral star would once again become a planet unsuitable for cultivation and habitation. In addition to Ning Qi, an existence who could slay Grand Luo with a wave of his hand, most of the Grand Luo outside had retreated, leaving only a few to wait on the ancestral star. With that, let alone the Xianjian sect, even the ancestral star had regained its peace from the bustling scene before. Of course, this peace was only relative. Beneath the calm surface, there were still many who were fighting and killing, with no other goal than to seize treasures and take revenge. Ning Qi was frantically refining the first-tier immortal pill, the Spirit Jade Pellet. Not only were the people of Mount Innerheart in need of the Spirit Jade Pellet, but the 100,000 girls would also need some when they stepped onto the path of cultivation. It was never wrong to have more. Every time he stayed in the top-tier training ground for a year, Ning Qi would return to the missing Moon Peak, hug Ning Haotian, and chat with the sacred concubine of Cold Sky and Li Xian while looking at the moon. Because Ing Zhenxuan was too busy, she could only sneak in a few times to participate. During this period, Ning Qi had reforged the Nuwa with the 9 Hells tempering technique. The damage she had suffered from the red-robed deity had also been completely healed. During this period, the little gourd had changed its usual personality. Ever since the first day it discovered Nuwa's existence, it would often come from Ning Qi's sea of consciousness. It ran out on its own and followed Nuwa, wanting to make friends with her. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed since the people of Mount Innerheart arrived at the Xianjian sect. These 10 years were enough for Dongfang Haojie and the rest to familiarize themselves with the Xianjian sect and the entire Yingzhou. Many people left the Xianjian sect one after another, bringing along a bunch of spirit jade pellets and stepping onto the path of cultivation. On the road, only Old Master Ning and the rest did not want to run anymore, and lived a life of retirement on the missing Moon Peak. In these 10 years, Ning Qi had stayed in the top-tier training ground for more than 3,000 years, leaving behind a number of spirit jade pellets, earth spirit pellets, and heaven spirit pellets. You really want to go? Li Xian stood beside Ning Qi and said with a frown. The holy concubine of Cold Sky stood on the other side, smiling at Ning Qi without saying a word. Daddy, where are you going? 10 years had passed, and Ning Qi had measured Ning Haotian's height countless times during this period of time. Realizing that she did not show any signs of growing taller, he helplessly gave up. He only hoped that Ning Haotian would grow slower than ordinary people, and hoped that she would be able to grow up in a few hundred years. At this moment, Ning Haotian had just returned from the green-robed elder's side. Ning Qi was carrying him as he lazily laid on Ning Qi's chest. "Daddy is going to find an old man who accidentally got lost." Ning Qi laughed. After pausing for a moment, he nodded towards Li Xian. Ancestor Xian Jian asked Ancestor Qi Yao to bring a message for me to look for him. There must be some deeper meaning behind it. Whether it's because he's in danger or because of something else, I have to make a trip. With your cultivation, going to the ghost realm is not too dangerous. It's very rare to meet another immortal there, but Li Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. She looked at Cold Sky Saint Concubine and saw that she was not worried at all. "Sister, aren't you worried? Bei Xian can make his own decision." Cold Sky Saint Concubine smiled. Seeing Cold Sky Saint Concubine's confidence in Ning Qi, Li Xian was startled. "I know what you are worried about. The Xian immortal sent by your master might be watching from the sidelines, and the profound Azure Mansion might have sent their Xian immortal to the ancestral star, but I don't know where they are hiding," Tianyun said. Ning Qi laughed. Chapter 2683. If I'm going to be trapped in one place because of this, then what's the point of cultivating? Furthermore, those guys might not even be able to discover that I have left the Xianjian sect, Ning Qi said with a faint smile. At the first level of the 8-9 mysteries, Ning Qi could transform into 9 different forms. Among them, the form of a fly was extremely stealthy. Even a Xian immortal would not be able to detect it. Ning Qi sometimes suspected that this cultivation method might already belong to the third step, but he did not have the means to confirm this. "Since that's the case, I'll accompany you when you leave. If it's really someone sent by Master, I'll be able to say a few words," Li Xian said. Seeing that Ning Qi had made up his mind, she no longer tried to persuade him. "Isn't that an even bigger target? I can go alone." Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. "Daddy, you have to come back soon," Ning Haotian suddenly said with his big eyes flashing. Ning Qi couldn't help kissing her cheeks and said with a smile, "That's for sure. I hope you can grow this much taller the next time I come back." As he spoke, he stretched out his thumb and index finger to measure about 1 centimeter. Seeing this, Ning Haotian said guiltily, "That might not work." "Haha. It's fine whether you can or not. I'm not going to spank you." Ning Qi laughed. Senior brother Ning. Not far away, Fanxing quickly walked over and looked at Ning Qi with some hesitation. "What happened?" Ning Qi smiled. "Senior apprentice brother Ning, do you still remember Bluestone Town?" Fanxing cupped his hands and said. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly and his voice deepened. "What happened to Bluestone Town?" "Because that is the place where senior brother Ning once transformed into a mortal. We have always had disciples watching over there. Just now, news came back, saying that people have been mysteriously disappearing in Bluestone Town for the past few years, and one of them is even a disciple of our Xianjian sect." "News?" Fanxing whispered. "Where is Chen Huan?" Ning Qi said lightly. Missing. Fanxing's expression was somewhat ugly. "A dignified mysterious immortal can't possibly do such a despicable thing, right?" Ning Qi smiled. "Are you trying to lure me over? I'll go to Bluestone Town to take a look," Li Xian said after a few breaths of silence. "There's no need. They want to see me, so I'll go see them. If I don't go, wouldn't it be a waste of their efforts?" Ning Qi smiled. Li Xian looked at Ning Qi in surprise. "You know that it's a trap. Aren't you sending yourself into a tiger's den?" Li Xian said helplessly. "I think that the guy who set up such a shocking situation must be a very confident person. I want to see what he looks like." Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. "Junior brother Fan, you may leave." Ning Qi nodded to Fanxing with a smile. A trace of worry appeared in Fanxing's eyes. He wanted to say something but hesitated. However, He knew that with his status, it would be useless to persuade Ning Qi to think twice. Moreover, Ning Qi's expression just now made him suspect that Ning Qi had already prepared for this. After Fan Xing left, Ning Qi asked Saint Concubine Cold Sky to take Ning Haotian to rest and sent Li Xian away. He then walked to the entrance of the green-robed old man's courtyard alone. He did not step in. After all, the green-robed old man had said that only Ning Haotian could enter this small courtyard. Other than her, even Ning Qi did not dare to enter without permission. Who knew if the green-robed old man would kill him as well? "Senior, I have a question." Ning Qi cupped his hands. After a long while, there was still no movement from the courtyard. Ning Qi shook his head with a wry smile. Just as he was about to leave, the green-robed old man's voice came from inside. "Speak." Ning Qi's figure paused slightly. He turned around and asked, "Are there any Xian immortals nearby?" "There's a fly." The green-robed old man's voice sounded again. "Thank you." Ning Qi smiled slightly. In the next moment, he used the 8-9 arcane art and turned into a fly that soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the Yuqing sect. The green-robed old man's voice came from the courtyard again. "Now it's 2 flies." Although Ning Qi heard it, he did not say anything. This green-robed old man's temperament was like this. In the Xianjian sect, other than Ning Haotian, no one else seemed to like him. In the courtyard, the green-robed old man stood with his hands behind his back. He looked in the direction Ning Qi left in, but his eyes were unprecedentedly serious. 8-9 arcane art? Isn't this the special cultivation technique of that person? This child has the imprint of the 9 great heavenly Dao clan, but he also calls himself Bei Xian, and cultivates both immortal and demonic cultivation, the green-robed old man sneered. When the ancient immortal clan was defeated, many magic treasures and cultivation techniques fell into the hands of the heavenly Dao clan. It was not surprising that the heavenly Dao clan obtained the 8-9 arcane art. Over the years, it was not as if the Tian Dao clan had not sent anyone to the homeworld in an attempt to get close to him. Most of those people cultivated the techniques of the ancient immortals, and none of them bore the mark of the Tian Dao clan. They could even tell where they had obtained their legacies, and some of them were actually descendants of the ancient immortals. Immortal bloodline, and their aptitude was higher than the other. Many of them were ranked first on the heavenly Dao list. But without exception, he saw through all of them, and none of them could leave the ancestral star. Perhaps because it was difficult even for the heavenly Dao clan to find such prodigies, they did not send anyone to approach the green-robed old man for a long time, until Ning Qi appeared. The heavenly Dao clan imprint on Ning Qi was extremely obvious, but he also cultivated the cultivation techniques of the ancient immortals. He even called himself Bei Xian, learned the emotion destroyer swordsmanship, and became a personal disciple of the Jade Clear Patriarch. All of these conditions were close to the green-robed old man's, and some of them the old man did not even think existed. The third person knew that all sorts of extremely contradictory signs were vividly manifested on Ning Qi. Logically speaking, the heavenly Dao clan would not send someone with such an obvious imprint to approach him, for that would be no different from sending them to their death. But there was also another possibility. This might be a new trick of the heavenly Dao clan. Even the previous prodigy with such a clean background had his flaws exposed, and this time, they simply sent someone with a foundation. He was not clean at all, and even had the words Heavenly Dao Clan written on his face. He even made him cultivate the cultivation techniques of the ancient immortals, and gave him a name that even the green-robed old man had to be wary of. If this is really your method, I can only say that you are indeed very bold, but also very successful. I do not dare to kill this kid. Just you wait, I want to see which side this kid will stand on. The green-robed old man looked at the sky, smiled, and then turned to leave. If Ning Qi knew what he was thinking, he would definitely shout innocently, "I am not acting as a spy." At this moment, Ning Qi had already flown out of the mystic sword sect. As for his movements, a person who had been paying attention to the mystic sword sect did not notice. Chapter 2684. I don't know if this game will work. The middle-aged farmer muttered again, feeling a little nervous. Wu Zixin's game was very simple. He was betting that Ning Qi would go to Bluestone Town, and his duty was to keep an eye on Ning Qi here to see if Ning Qi would go to Yuqing Sect. If Ning Qi went to Yuqing Sect, he would see if old ancestor Yuqing would follow Ning Qi. When Ning Qi went to Bluestone Town, he would see if this game was necessary according to these situations. It will probably take another year or two. He shook his head, picked up the hoe, and turned into the field that had been cultivated for many years. 15 days later, a fly flew to Yuqing Sect. As soon as it landed, it turned into a human. The disciples at the entrance of Yuqing Sect hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Ning. No need to be so polite." Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. "Is Martial Uncle Ning here to see old ancestor?" These disciples were a little excited. After all, among the younger generation, Ning Qi had become their idol. In private, at least 8 out of 10 topics were related to him. Even golden immortals and grand heavenly immortals were talked about a lot. Yes. Ning Qi smiled. He was unimpeded along the way. The juniors called him Martial Uncle Ning when they saw him, and most of his peers also called him Senior Brother Ning. No one dared to call him Junior Brother Ning. In the path of cultivation, only those who were very close to him would dare to talk in front of him with Ning Qi's current means and previous achievements. Qualifications? They all lowered their heads obediently. Not long after, Ning Qi came to the small valley where old ancestor Yuqing was. It was the same stone table, the same chess game. Old ancestor Yuqing was holding a chess piece with one hand and the other on his knee, thinking. Ning Qi walked to the stone table, saluted, and silently watched old ancestor Yuqing play chess. After a few breaths, a shrill scream suddenly came from the chessboard shrouded in white mist, almost startling Ning Qi. Old ancestor Yuqing smiled and put down the chess piece. The scream was gone. The white mist also disappeared, and the chessboard looked extremely ordinary again. "Master, who is so bad to offend you?" Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. "Profound azure mansion." Old ancestor Yuqing smiled faintly. Ning Qi was startled for a moment. He finally understood why the profound azure mansion didn't do anything. Yuqing ancestor must have killed a lot of forces in the profound azure mansion in the past 10 years. "Master, do you know the person behind Bai Xingxue?" Ning Qi asked curiously. He had asked Li Xian, but she knew very little about her master's background. However, when Bai Xingxue first came to the ancestral star, he was able to stay in the Jade Clear sect. It was clear that the Jade Clear sect ancestor and his master were friends. Bai Xingxue's master is the direct disciple of the White Emperor Immortal Lord. However, not many people know about this. Old ancestor Yuqing smiled and said, "White Emperor Immortal Lord's disciple." Although Ning Qi was somewhat surprised, he felt that it was reasonable. After all, a divine artifact like the All-Heaven Talisman was not something that ordinary people were qualified to develop. However, when Ning Qi thought of Emperor Bai, his expression turned a little strange. "You wouldn't come to me for no reason. Is there something you need my help with?" Old ancestor Yuqing smiled. "Indeed." Ning Qi smiled awkwardly. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Old ancestor Yuqing said faintly. Ning Qi recounted what had happened in Bluestone Town, and even pointed out that there was a Xian immortal stalking the Xianjian sect. After the Yuqing ancestor heard this, he laughed. "Even if you don't say it, I still have to deal with this matter. It's just that those fellows are hiding, and there's nothing I can do about it for a while. Just go to Bluestone Town, as long as they dare to show up, send them on their way. When Ning Chi heard this, the way he looked at old ancestor Yu Qing changed a little. His master was a little too confident in facing a profound immortal. However, since the other party is the disciple of the White Emperor Immortal Lord, will this matter affect you, master? Ning Chi frowned. No matter how it affects them, would they still dare to come to the ancestral star? I heard that he lived in your Xianjian sect. Old ancestor Yu Qing said with a faint smile. That's true. Ning Chi nodded with a smile. After about 2 hours, Ning Chi went to talk to Kong Wen about the 8-9 arcane art. When he found out that Ning Chi had really succeeded in cultivating it, Kong Wen was both surprised and happy. He asked Ning Chi about the secret to success. Ning Chi naturally did not hide anything, but whether Kong Wen could succeed in cultivating it would depend on himself. Not long after, Ning Chi left the Yuqing sect and rushed towards Bluestone Town. Juku Province, Liang City. Have you heard? Something has happened to Bluestone Town recently. Something will happen to Bluestone Town? I remember that Bluestone Town has an extremely close relationship with an immortal. Even our city lord would go to Bluestone Town to visit a silk merchant from time to time. It's that merchant Chen Huan. He disappeared a few years ago. He went missing a few years ago. Apart from that, there are people who go missing from time to time in Bluestone Town. Nowadays, many people have fled to our Liang city. The entire Bluestone Town is like a dead land. I went there once 7 or 8 years ago. At that time, Bluestone Town was much more lively than Liang at that time. Bluestone Town was more lively than our Liang city. Could it be that a treasure was born? I heard that it's the birth of a treasure. That's why there's such a phenomenon. There are indeed many immortals rushing towards Bluestone Town, but we mortals better not get close. They chatted as they walked. Ning Chi stood indifferently at the side and looked at their backs as they left. He did not go directly to Bluestone Town. Instead, he came to Liang City to see how the people of Liang City judged Bluestone Town. Based on the information he had gathered, he could confirm one thing. The people of Bluestone Town had indeed disappeared. Chen Huan's family was among them. Back then, he had promised to bring Chen Shi and the others to cultivate. Later, after leaving the divine tomb, he went directly to the immortal prison. Therefore, Chen Shi's family still stayed by Chen Huan's side all these years. Now, they had disappeared together with Chen Huan, but no corpses had been found. In Ning Chi's opinion, since the other party had used this method to lure him out, they should have left some alive. Liang City was very close to Bluestone Town. Ning Chi walked step by step towards Bluestone Town. Every step he took covered a distance of several hundred zhang. Before long, he arrived at Bluestone Town. Looking at the familiar town and the familiar streets, Ning Chi's expression gradually turned solemn. There seemed to be no one left in the town. There was no sound of hawking, no sound of children playing. It was already close to noon and no one was cooking. Even those who were in a hurry had bypassed Bluestone Town. Chapter 2685. Ning Chi glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently and ignored him. He walked straight into Bluestone Town. When the middle-aged man saw this, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. His figure moved slightly and blocked Ning Chi's path. He said with an uncertain expression, "Little brother, we have already discussed this. We have not yet figured out Bluestone Town. Before the phenomenon, no one is allowed to enter Bluestone Town." "What does it have to do with me?" Ning Chi said indifferently. "Is this kid trying to take the treasures in Bluestone Town for himself? We've been waiting here for years and we're going to enter just because he says so? If he takes the treasures inside, won't all our efforts be in vain?" The middle-aged man immediately said to Ning Chi, "Little brother, you should wait outside. If you want to enter Bluestone Town, you'll have to follow behind us." Ning Qi glanced at him, then at the hundreds of cultivators around him. He immediately smiled. These people were afraid of the phenomenon in Bluestone Town and did not dare to enter. However, they felt that there were treasures inside and did not want others to enter. They were afraid that the treasures would be taken by others, so they decided to wait here and waste some time. Suddenly, "Let me give you a piece of advice. There are no treasures inside." Ning Qi smiled as he walked past the middle-aged man and continued into Bluestone Town. "I'm giving you face, but you don't want it." The middle-aged man was furious. A vicious look flashed across his eyes. With a thought, a flying sword turned into a ray of green light and shot toward Ning Qi's back. Ning Qi reached out and grabbed the flying sword without looking back. It was unable to move. The middle-aged man stared at this scene with his mouth agape. His eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. "What's going on?" The other 7 cultivators in the same group as the middle-aged man looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. The cultivators from the other groups seemed to be surprised by Ning Qi's methods as well. When they looked at the middle-aged man again, they could not help but gloat. At this moment, Ning Qi lightly swung the flying sword in his hand back at a speed that was several times faster than when it had come. With a tremendous force, it stabbed into the middle-aged man's chest, lifting his feet off the ground and sending him flying to a mountain wall several thousand feet away, where he was firmly nailed to the mountain wall. The life in the middle-aged man's eyes dissipated. He lowered his head and looked at his wound. A look of regret flashed in his eyes, and then he died. The 7 cultivators in his team looked at Ning Qi in horror. At this time, Ning Qi had already entered Bluestone Town. They immediately rejoiced in their hearts. They rejoiced that it was not them who had gone up to stop Ning Qi. Otherwise, they would be the ones to die. "This senior is at least an earthen immortal, right?" "I think so, but I heard that even the disciples of the Xianjian sect have disappeared in Bluestone Town. If he goes in, he might not be able to obtain any benefits." A hint of jealousy flashed in some people's eyes. They were dissatisfied with Ning Qi, so they naturally did not have any good words to say. "Wait, don't you think that person looks familiar?" A great perfection stage human immortal suddenly gasped and looked at Bluestone Town in shock. He felt that Ning Qi looked extremely familiar when he first appeared, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out why he felt so familiar. When Ning Qi made his move, he finally had a flash of inspiration. Last time when the tomb of the god of sin opened, he saw Ning Qi from far away. Familiar? Who is that? Everyone looked at the great perfection stage human immortal strangely. Ning Bei-Shin. The great perfection stage human immortal took a deep breath and tried his best to speak in a calm tone. "Ning Bei-Shin?" "Hiss," everyone gasped. Many people who wanted to make a move just now felt their bodies turn cold. There was even a chill that drilled into their bodies from the soles of their feet and rushed straight to the top of their heads. Their pores instantly opened, and beads of sweat poured out uncontrollably. The name Ning Bei-Shin was no less famous than old ancestor Yu Qing's in the ancestral star. In the eyes of some low-level immortals, his position had even surpassed old ancestor Yu Qing's position in their hearts. Since it's him, then it makes sense. He stayed in Bluestone Town for nearly 100 years. Now that there's a problem with Bluestone Town, it's normal for him to personally make a trip here. Everyone came to a realization. Now they did not care much about whether there were treasures in Bluestone Town, because even if there were any treasures, they would not fall into their hands. On the contrary, they hoped to find an opportunity to establish a relationship with Ning Qi, or worship him as a teacher, which was more cost-effective than obtaining magic treasures. Forget it. Inside Bluestone Town, Ning Qi arrived in front of a shop with a hint of emotion in his eyes. This used to be his sword shop, but now it was covered in a layer of dust. It was obvious that Chen Huan and the others had been missing for a long time. Otherwise, with Chen Huan's personality, she would have definitely kept this place spotless. At this moment, 300 miles away from Bluestone Town, Wu Zixin and another person stood in front of a mirror. Ning Qi's figure was reflected in the mirror, covering all 365 degrees without any blind spots. Why isn't there any news from Li Long? How did he come to Bluestone Town? A profound immortal can't even keep an eye on an early-stage golden immortal? The person beside Wu Zixin said with a slight frown. At the same time, a hint of fear flashed across his face as he kept observing the surroundings of Bluestone Town. Are you afraid of old ancestor Yu Qing? Although Master told us to be careful of him, he's a profound immortal just like us. If he really came here, it's impossible that we didn't notice him. If he really has such a trick, he would have found our traces long ago. Wu Zixin smiled faintly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. That being said, do you think now is the time for us to make a move? Since Ning Beixian is here, we shouldn't miss the opportunity before us. If we miss this chance, we might not be able to lure him out again. Wu Zixin's eyes narrowed when he looked at Ning Qi. We only have a breath's time. We'll kill him in a breath's time and leave the ancestral star. If we work together, we can kill him in less than half a breath's time. The corner of Wu Zixin's lips curled up. Then, the two figures vanished from where they were, and when they reappeared, they were already above Ning Qi's head, slamming their palms down at Ning Qi with all their might. Majestic Tao power surged wildly from their bodies to their arms, then to their palms. Even a Grand Luo would be killed by this strike, let alone an early-stage golden immortal. If they were also profound immortals, they would be heavily injured even if they survived. After all, this was an ambush. Chapter 2686. Not good. Its old ancestor Jade Clear. The person next to Wu Zixin revealed a look of horror. He immediately stopped his attack on Ning Qi and turned to face the aura in the sky. If he stubbornly insisted on killing Ning Qi, then he would also be suppressed by this aura. Damn it! Wu Zixin's face turned green. He was so close to killing Ning Qi. But in this situation, the little distance between them had become worlds apart. He had no choice but to retract his attack like the other person. The two of them worked together in an attempt to block the aura from above. Only then would they have a chance of survival. Compared to Ning Qi's life, they cherished their own lives more. It was not easy for them to cultivate to this level. How could they die in the ancestral star? When the two of them linked their auras and joined hands to attack upwards, they saw an incomparably large chess piece falling down from above. This chess piece easily crushed their attack. With a loud bang, it landed on their bodies and firmly pressed them to the ground. The people outside Bluestone Town were also shocked when they saw this. They all soared into the sky and looked into Bluestone Town. Someone set up an ambush to kill Ning Beixian. Fortunately we didn't trespass here. Otherwise we would have lost our lives in vain. They were not fools. When they saw that Ning Qi had just entered Bluestone Town, two people were pressed to the ground by a strange chess piece, and they immediately understood everything. Thank you for your help, Master. Ning Qi cupped his hands. In the sky, a cloud rolled. After a few breaths, a figure came out of the cloud and landed beside Ning Qi. It was old ancestor Yu Qing. At this moment, Wu Zixin and the other person's eyes gradually regained clarity. That strike just now had seriously injured the two of them, and they even fainted for a few breaths of time. Jade Clear Forefather. When the profound immortal beside Wu Zixin saw old ancestor Yu Qing appear next to Ning Qi, his eyes instantly became filled with fear. Judging from how old ancestor Yu Qing suppressed them with one move, their master's instructions were absolutely not exaggerated. On the contrary, the strength of the Jade Clear old ancestor was much stronger than what their master said. Otherwise, How could he have suppressed both him and Wu Zixin in one move? Wu Zixin glanced at old ancestor Yu Qing, then at Ning Qi, with a trace of unwillingness on his face. He sighed and said, "This time, the two of us are defeated. But old ancestor Yu Qing, you should know where we come from. Please be merciful and let us go. We will never come back again." Half a step into the ancestral star. Old ancestor Yu Qing looked at Wu Zixin indifferently and said nothing. Ning Qi took a step forward and glanced at the two. "Where are the people from Bluestone Town?" "Dead." Wu Zixin grinned at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled back at him. "If one of them dies, one of you dies. If two of them die, all of you will die." Wu Zixin was slightly startled. "They're just mortals. We're dignified, profound immortals. How can they be compared to us?" When the profound immortal who was suppressed together with them heard this, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. It was fine if this guy was arrogant in front of them, but now that he had become a prisoner of the other party, the two of them would be killed with a single thought from the other party. How could he still be so arrogant in such a situation? He was really courting death. Therefore, he immediately said, "They're not dead." With that, he spat out a transparent bead from his mouth. Old ancestor Yu Qing took the lead and waved his hand. The bead flew in front of old ancestor Yu Qing and floated in midair. Ning Qi took a look and found that there was a mini-city hidden in the bead. He could even vaguely see some small black dots walking in it. Upon a closer look, weren't these small black dots the missing people of Bluestone Town? Chen Huan and her family were among them. "What are you doing? Do you have to be so afraid of death?" Wu Zixin turned his head coldly and transmitted his voice. "Wu Zixin, I'm warning you, we've already lost. Don't try to anger the other party. Your so-called face is worthless. If you cause me to die here, I'll kill your whole family even if I become a ghost." Another profound immortal finally couldn't stand Wu Zixin's temper and transmitted his voice to scold him. "This is a Sumeru bead. I heard that it was made by the immortal monarchs based on the immortal monarch token bestowed by the immortal emperor. A good Sumeru bead doesn't just contain a city. It might contain a planet or a galaxy." Old ancestor Yu Qing smiled and said, "As for this one, it should be the lowest grade Sumeru bead." Immortal monarch token? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. His divine sense had indeed entered the immortal monarch token before. There were countless immortals living in the huge city. Now that he had reached the early stage of golden immortal, perhaps he could try to refine this immortal monarch token and make the immortals inside work for him? "Tell me the incantation of this Sumeru bead." Old ancestor Yu Qing smiled and glanced at the person beside Wu Zixin. "Old ancestor Yu Qing, if I tell you the incantation, will you let me go?" The other party stared at old ancestor Yu Qing's expression, as if trying to determine what old ancestor Yu Qing was thinking from his expression. Logically speaking, there was no reason for old ancestor Yu Qing to offend the existence behind them just for Ning Beixian. That was immortal monarch White Emperor. How many immortal monarchs were there in the immortal world? Even if immortal monarchs couldn't enter the ancestral star, old ancestor Yu Qing wouldn't be able to leave the ancestral star after offending immortal monarch White Emperor. Do you have the right to bargain? Old ancestor Yu Qing smiled faintly and looked down at the Sumeru bead. "This Sumeru bead of yours is too inferior. Even if you don't tell me the incantation, I can still break it with half a year's effort." The other party was slightly startled and then chanted a string of incantations. Old ancestor Yu Qing smiled and nodded at Ning Qi. "Old ancestor Yu Qing, since the mortals that your disciple cares about are fine and you have obtained the Sumeru bead, can you let us go?" Wu Zixin said. "The one who ambushed me back then, was it one of the two of you, or the one who foolishly stood guard outside the Xianjian sect?" Ning Qi smiled. "It's me, how about it?" Wu Zixin looked at Ning Qi with a trace of disdain in his arrogant eyes. Master, you can let them go now. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands at old ancestor Yu Qing. Since Bai Shengshue's master was a disciple of immortal monarch White Emperor, then the existence behind them was naturally related to immortal monarch White Emperor. There was no reason for old ancestor Yu Qing to offend an existence like immortal monarch White Emperor for him. Ning Qi planned to bear the hatred himself. Are you sure? Old ancestor Yu Qing smiled. Chapter 2687. Wu Zixin and the other mystic immortal did not expect Ning Qi to let them go. From their point of view, since the Jade Clear Patriarch had already suppressed them today, they would definitely think of a way to have the Jade Clear Patriarch kill them if they were in Ning Qi's shoes. As for whether it would implicate others, they would not care about that. Fool! Wu Zixin sneered inwardly. He had decided that while he would not step into the ancestral star again, he would not give up on the mission to kill Ning Qi. It was not only for the mission, but also because he disliked Ning Qi so much that he had a personal grudge against him. Very well. The Jade Clear Patriarch nodded. With a thought, the chess piece slowly flew several feet into the air, and Wu Zixin and the other mystic immortal instantly felt their bodies lighten. Thank you, Jade Clear Patriarch. I shall take my leave. The mystic immortal cupped his hands and took to the skies without another word, instantly leaving the ancestral star. As for the one from the mystic sword sect, he was not in the mood to greet him. Jade Clear Patriarch, while our mission this time is considered a failure, your disciple killed by Shengxue and offended the White Emperor Immortal Monarch. This matter will not end so soon. Wu Zixin tidied up his messy clothes unhurriedly, and then smiled at Yu Qing old ancestor. After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi. Your aptitude is indeed monstrous. As an early-stage golden immortal, that arrow didn't kill you. This alone is enough to show disdain for most of the geniuses in the immortal world. However, no matter how monstrous your aptitude is, you're still only an early-stage golden immortal. If the Jade Clear Patriarch did not intervene, you would not even be able to withstand a single blow from me. Ning Qi smiled faintly at Wu Zixin. If I was a mystic immortal too, no, I only need to attain Dao Fruit and become a Grand Luo. Then, I should be able to beat you to the ground. That day would not be too far away. Is that so? I'll be waiting. Wu Zixin sneered. While he appeared to be in disbelief, he knew in his heart that what Ning Qi said was likely to be true. Judging from Ning Qi's past accomplishments, the kid's ability to fight above his level was simply too powerful. However, you have to attain Dao Fruit first. If you die before becoming a Grand Luo, then everything would be empty talk. Haha. I'm leaving. Wu Zixin laughed out loud before he left. Who said you could leave? Old ancestor Yu Qing's voice rang in Wu Zixin's ears. Wu Zixin's expression changed drastically. Before he could do anything, the chess piece fell again. Boom. After the dust settled, Wu Zixin was suppressed under the chess piece, just like the monkey from before. Only his head was exposed. He looked at old ancestor Yu Qing furiously. Old ancestor Yu Qing, what do you mean by this? Are you really going to offend White Emperor Immortal Lord for this kid? With the might of an immortal monarch, you'll die the moment you step out of the homeworld. From the beginning to the end, he didn't think that the Jade Clear old ancestor would kill him. Therefore, Wu Zixin suddenly felt a trace of fear after being suppressed by old ancestor Yu Qing for the second time. At that moment, the profound immortal who had flown out of the ancestral star looked back as if he sensed something, a hint of mockery and satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Then I'll just stay on the ancestral star. After all, I've stayed on the ancestral star long enough. What's a little longer? Old ancestor Yu Qing smiled. Wu Zixin quickly said, The ancestral star is barren of cultivation resources, and if you stay here with your cultivation base, you will not make any progress. The immortal chi on the ancestral star is already the limit for a profound immortal like you. If you want to break through to primordial unity true immortal, even if you devour the entire ancestral star, you will not be able to do so. That spirit chi is far from enough. What does that have to do with you? Old ancestor Yu Qing smiled. Wu Zixin's expression froze, and then gradually darkened. Tell me, what do I have to do to make me leave? Blame me for accidentally injuring this kid? Then I'll apologize. Between his face and his life, he finally lowered his proud head and chose his life. Master, this person is merely an early-stage profound immortal and has stayed in this realm for God knows how long. It won't be long before I become a grand heavenly immortal, and when that time comes, I'll kill him with my own hands. I can't dirty Master's hands. Ning Qi cupped his fists. Wu Zixin glanced at Ning Qi with an extremely livid expression and did not refute. Although Ning Qi's words belittled him as if he was a mortal immortal and could kill him at will, he hoped that old ancestor Yu Qing thought so too, and let him leave the ancestral star alive. Bei Xian, the one he offended now is me, and I hate this kind of chatterbox. Kill him and bring peace back to the world. Old ancestor Yu Qing smiled. Ning Qi was taken aback, and looked at Wu Zixin with some schadenfreude. This fellow could have left, but he insisted on saying those harsh words, and ended up making old ancestor Yu Qing unhappy. If that was the case, it was equivalent to a personal grudge between old ancestor Yu Qing and Wu Zixin. Wu Zixin seemed to have understood that as well, and could no longer conceal the fear in his eyes as he quickly begged for mercy. Old ancestor Yu Qing, I can apologize. Before this, he thought that old ancestor Yu Qing would not offend White Emperor Immortal Lord for Ning Qi, but if it was for himself, Wu Zixin's entire body froze at the thought. This time, it was probably the greatest crisis he had ever encountered since he started cultivating. Your apology isn't worth a penny. Old ancestor Yu Qing smiled and slowly raised his hand. Master, please wait. Ning Qi quickly said. You want to plead for him? Old ancestor Yu Qing frowned. Wu Zixin immediately looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Since he wants to die, then let me do it. He shot an arrow at me back then, so I have to return an arrow to him. Ning Qi smiled. Killing a Xian immortal could earn him 1,000 merit points. Now that Ning Qi had broken through to the early stage of Golden Immortal, the Merit Tower opened another floor to him. Although Ning Qi had not seen it yet, how could he let go of such an opportunity to earn 1,000 merit points easily? Ning Qi's total merit points were only slightly more than 1,000. As long as he killed Wu Zixin, his value would double. Alright, then I'll give his life to you. Old ancestor Yu Qing smiled and nodded. Wu Zixin was stunned. Wasn't this guy going to plead for him? Why did he want to kill him? He immediately transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. If you kill me, you will definitely cause your master to offend White Emperor Immortal Lord. Plead for me. If I can leave this place alive today, I will put in a good word for you when I return to the sect. This distance should be about right. Ning Qi walked to the front of Wu Zixin, took out the immortal execution bow, and aimed at Wu Zixin's head. Then, the 9 gates of the 9 inner hidden gates were opened simultaneously. Endless power filled Ning Qi's body as he slowly pulled the immortal execution bow. At this moment, the immortal execution bow was only an inch away from Wu Zixin's head, almost touching it. Chapter 2688. Ning Beixian. Are you sure you don't care about your master? If I die, you won't have a good ending either. Your master, your friends, and everyone you care about will all die. I heard that your wife is also on the ancestral star? Aren't you afraid of dragging her down with you? No. Who uses a bow like you? Don't point it at my head! Wu Zixin kept threatening Ningqi as he stared at the immortal slaying bow in horror. The Tao aura on the immortal slaying bow infuriated and shocked him because the immortal slaying bow was clearly a grade higher than the bow in his hand. It was a superior grade Tao artifact. Just how terrifying was the power of a superior grade Tao artifact? Wu Zixin wasn't sure, but he was very clear about one thing. If Ningqi used the immortal slaying bow's power at such a close distance, there was no way his head would survive. Creak, an ear-piercing sound came from the immortal slaying bow, which sounded like a song from hell to Wu Zixin's ears. The power of the 9 inner hidden gates when all 9 gates were opened was extremely terrifying. In addition, Ningqi himself had broken through to early-stage Golden Immortal, and his imprisonment Dragon Elephant art had reached the peak of the 13th level. The immortal slaying bow that could only be drawn for 1 foot was now drawn to more than 2 feet. The Tao energy on the immortal slaying bow surged wildly towards the bowstring. The more the Tao energy boiled, the more the fear in Wu Zixin's eyes intensified. You shoot me once, I shoot you once. Fair enough, right? The corner of Ningqi's lips curled up. Bullshit. How is that fair? If you have what it takes, then do what I did back then and only attack from a few hundred miles away. Wu Zixin was on the verge of tears. The Tao energy on the immortal slaying bow was not something an arcane immortal like him could compare to. An early-stage arcane immortal had only just hatched a Tao fruit into Tao energy. How could it compare to a superior-grade Tao artifact? Now that the terrifying Tao energy was so close to his head, Wu Zixin could no longer maintain his previous arrogance, disdain, calmness, and confidence. If I say it's fair, then it's fair. Ningqi chuckled. Then, there seemed to be waves surging under his muscles. At the same time, the bowstring was pulled back an inch. Then, Ningqi gently let go of it. Wu Zixin stared at the scene with his mouth agape. When he saw that Ningqi had pulled the bowstring back another inch, a trace of despair appeared in his eyes. Ningbeixian, you can't. Puff! The golden arrow condensed from the surging power of the great path directly shot through Wu Zixin's head. At the same time, Wu Zixin's spiritual soul was not spared either. It was crushed by the power of the great path and turned into spiritual qi, dissipating in the world. Just like that, a profound immortal was killed by Ningqi, an early-stage golden immortal. If Ancestor Yuqing had not helped to suppress Wu Zixin and prevented him from using any of his techniques, he would not have been able to kill Wu Zixin with Ningqi's strength even if he had used all his technique. 1,000 merit points. What a pity. Since I've already offended you, I might as well offend you all the way. Ningqi was a little melancholic. The other profound immortal had already left the ancestral star. Otherwise, he would have gotten another 1,000 merit points. After Wu Zixin's death, the chess piece that was pressing on him also gradually dissipated. Let's go. Ancestor Yuqing grabbed Ningqi's shoulder and moved. In almost an instant, he had arrived near the Mystic Sword sect in the Yingzhou continent. Looking at the half-cultivated field on the ground, Ancestor Yuqing's eyes showed a hint of mockery. He runs quite fast. Yeah. Ningqi nodded his head in disappointment. The Yuqing ancestor had brought him here, and from here, he could clearly see the situation inside the Xianjian sect. It was obvious that this was the place where the other Xian immortal was watching over him, but the other party seemed to have received a reminder and had already escaped. The other side already knows that the mission has failed. They won't send anyone to the ancestral star for a while. If there's anything, come to the Jade Clear sect to find me. Ancestor Yuqing handed the Sumeru bead to Ningqi and told him how to open the Sumeru bead. He then glanced at the Mystic Sword sect and disappeared. Ningqi held the Sumeru bead and followed the direction that Ancestor Yuqing was looking at, and saw the missing moon peak. Master was looking at the missing moon peak just now. He should have sensed that green-robed old man. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and in the next moment, he flew towards the Mystic Sword Sect. Mystic Sword Sect. Missing Moon Peak. Seeing that Ning Qi had returned to the Missing Moon Peak unscathed, Li Xian heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, and a trace of curiosity appeared in her eyes. The matter of Bluestone Town, has it been resolved? It's done. 1 dead and 2 escape. Ning Qi laughed. Li Xian subconsciously looked towards the Holy Concubine. She finally understood why the Holy Concubine was so confident in Ning Qi. From this point of view, she realized that her understanding of Ning Qi was still far inferior to the Holy Concubine's. How Tian is over there? Ning Qi smiled at the Holy Concubine. The Holy Concubine smiled and nodded. I ran over early in the morning. You're quite diligent. Ning Qi smiled, then said to Li Xian, Li Xian, is Wu Zixin your senior brother? Wu Zixin? It's my junior master's disciple. Did my junior master send someone over this time? Li Xian was slightly startled. It should be. Ning Qi nodded. Under master's tutelage, there are only eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and me. However, master usually doesn't care about worldly affairs and rarely leaves the sect. Eldest senior brother is also wandering outside. Perhaps, this time, it was junior master who acted on his own, and after discovering that second senior brother's life tablet had shattered, he sent someone to take revenge. Li Xian said thoughtfully, no matter what, they won't send anyone to the ancestral star for a while. With that person in the Mystic Sword Sect, it's very safe. I'm leaving, you guys take care. Ning Qi smiled and hugged the Holy Concubine. Pausing for a moment, he smiled at Li Xian. Do you want a hug? Let's go. Li Xian's face suddenly flushed red. No rush, I'll go to the main peak. Ning Qi laughed, then flew into the air and headed towards the main peak. The Holy Concubine looked at Li Xian and smiled. Are you still shy? Sister, you're laughing at me. Li Xian was dissatisfied. Big brother. Ingzhenxuan was originally dealing with a series of matters, and her head was starting to hurt. Suddenly seeing Ning Qi arrive, her face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. A few days ago, she went to the Moon Missing Peak and found out that Ning Qi had already left. How is it? Are you used to it, Lord Sect Leader? Ning Qi laughed. Why don't Big Brother be the sect leader? Ingzhenxuan rolled her eyes. That won't be necessary. I think you are very suitable to be the sect leader of the Xianjian sect. The Xianjian ancestor has a good eye. As long as you treat the Xianjian sect as the Moon Missing Peak back then, I think it won't be long before the Xianjian sect will flourish in your hands. Ning Qi laughed. Ingzhenxuan laughed bitterly. There's no need for me to spread it. Now that the Xianjian sect is in the ancestral star, who would dare to provoke us? Pausing for a moment, she asked, Big brother, why are you here today? She had always known that Ning Qi would not come to the Three Treasures Hall for no reason. Chapter 2689. This is, Ingzhenxuan was a little curious. Ning Qi chanted an incantation, and a trace of mist immediately rose from the Sumeru bead. Ning Qi extended his hand into it, and immediately after, a helpless Chen Huan appeared in front of Ning Qi. Uncle Qi? Chen Huan looked at Ning Qi in surprise and joy. Wait for me to bring Chen Shi and the others out. Ning Qi laughed. With that, he reached his hand in again, and Chen Huan's wife was also brought out from the Sumer bead by Ning Qi, followed by Chen Shi's family of 3. Many years had passed since the last time Ning Qi entered the god's tomb and was brought to the immortal prison. Chen Shi's son had long grown up. The moment they appeared in the main hall, they first saw Chen Huan, then Ning Qi. Both of them revealed looks of pleasant surprise. Grandpa Qi! Chen Shi shouted in surprise. At this time, everyone already knew that it must have been Ning Qi who saved them from that strange place. The first to disappear in Bluestone Town was Chen Huan's family, and then the Xianjian sect disciples that the missing Moon Peak had arranged to take care of in Bluestone Town. Not only were there humans in that place, but there were also many demonic beasts. While they were struggling to resist the invasion of these demonic beasts, Chen Huan and the others found that the people of Bluestone Town were appearing in that place one after another. At this time, they suspected that some supreme expert had made a move on Bluestone Town. As for the reason, they could guess a thing or two, and it was very likely related to Ningqi. They had thought that they would stay in that place for the rest of their lives, but who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, they would see Ningqi again. Ningqi also captured the missing Xianjian sect disciples. When the other party saw Ningqi and Ingzhinshuan, he bowed with a face full of joy. "This is the Xianjian sect you guys will cultivate here from now on. Xiao Wan, it's better if you don't go back to Bluestone Town. Dangers like this might come a few more times in the future." Ningqi smiled. Chen Huan was a little ashamed. He felt that he had implicated Ningqi. Thinking that there would be danger in the future, he looked at his wife and finally nodded. "Xianjian sect? This is the Xianjian sect?" Chen Shi and the rest were ecstatic. After waiting for so many years, they could finally enter the Xianjian sect and officially begin the path of cultivation. "I still have some matters to attend to. You guys can cultivate in peace in the Xianjian sect." Ningqi said a few words to Ingzhinshuan and Chen Huan before leaving the hall. Seeing that, Ingzhinshuan sighed in his heart and smiled at Chen Huan and the rest. "Everyone, you guys can stay on the main peak to cultivate in the future. Later, a disciple will bring you guys to complete the entry procedures, and in the future, you will all be outer sect disciples of my Xianjian sect." Although he was an outer sect disciple, that did not diminish Chen Shi's joy at all. He quickly said, "Thank you, Grandma Ing. Brahma Heaven Immortal Realm." This place was very famous among the celestial domains because the famous cave abode of White Emperor Celestial Lord was located in the southern star of the Brahma Heaven Celestial Domain. This was the only level 8 planet in the Brahma Heaven Celestial Domain, and its location was extremely mysterious. Other than a few Tai true immortals who knew how to go to the southern star, ordinary immortals would not be able to find it. Even so, there were still many immortals who used all sorts of methods to search for the southern star. Because only then would they have the chance to become a disciple of White Emperor Celestial Lord. That was an opportunity to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Compared to other illusory opportunities, it was easier to achieve. What they did not know was that the southern star was not just a planet but a very special planet. This was a special place formed by countless spaces and planes. Rather than calling it a planet, it would be better to call it a special secret realm. At this moment, in a certain space in the southern star, in an incomparably grand building, there was a high wall, and on the high wall hung lanterns that emitted a dark green light. One of the lanterns had already been extinguished. Under the high wall stood a skinny figure. He stood with his hands behind his back, indifferently looking at the extinguished lantern. The mission failed? A figure spoke up from behind the skinny figure. The skinny figure did not turn around. He said indifferently, "It was within my expectations. I thought none of the 3 would return, but it turns out that only one died. If your 3 disciples knew that you deliberately sent them to the ancestral star to test that person, I'm sure they would be very sad. Enough with the nonsense. Let me do it and see if I can kill Ning Beixian. I've already made my move. Clearly, as long as he's on the ancestral star, he won't die." Not necessarily. This time, the 2 patriarchs of the Jiang clan have sent word that whoever kills this kid will be rewarded with the resources to reach the martial emperor realm. The upper echelons of the immortal world have been stirred up by this news. However, they are afraid that the old fart will interfere, so they haven't done anything yet. "Jing, but you're different. Your senior brother's disciple died in Ning Beixuan's hands. You have a legitimate reason to take revenge, and that old fart won't do anything to your disciple. As long as you summon your senior brother who is in seclusion, that personal disciple of his, has been at the top of the ranking of arcane immortals for so many years. He shouldn't be unable to deal with a mere patriarch Yu Qing, right? If he goes to the ancestral star and kills Ning Beixian, the rewards from the two patriarchs of the Jiang clan will surely fall into our hands. When the skinny old man heard this, he slowly turned around and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. The Emperor realm might be tempting, but it's not enough to make me lose my mind. Let's not talk about whether the two Jiang clan ancestors have the ability to let people see the wonders of the Emperor realm. Let's talk about me. Take me for example. With my talent, I'll be satisfied if I can become an immortal monarch in this lifetime. If you want that benefit, go find my senior brother. Please. Your senior brother. A hint of imperceptible fear flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. You and I have been friends for many years. I can't bear to see you give up on this great opportunity. How about this, if you ask your senior brother to send his eldest disciple to the ancestral star to kill Ning Beixian or capture him alive, I'll give you a drop of my clan's treasure, the draining dragon blood. With it, at least it won't be a problem for you to break through your current bottleneck. Think about it, how many years have you been in the early stage primordial unity true immortal realm? Don't miss this opportunity. Draining dragon blood? Are you really willing to give it to me? Ever since the great war of immortals and demons, there shouldn't be much draining dragon blood left in your branch, right? The skinny old man's eyes lit up. I can still afford to give you one drop. The middle-aged man grinned. Two dragon horns loomed on his forehead. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.